Couple of Bills signings to start the morning per our own Sal Capaccio. According to the NFL Transaction Wire, the Bills have signed quarterback Shane Buechele and wide receiver Jalen Virgil to free agent contracts. Neither were under contract to other clubs, so they were able to free sign them with any team before March 11th, the new league year. Around the NFL, the Ravens hired assistant special teams coach Anthony Levine as their special teams coordinator. New Raiders coach Clint Kubiak says he will play calls for the Raiders. Right tackle Rob Havenstein retired from the NFL after 11 seasons. Havenstein started 148 games over 11 years with the Rams as their main right tackle, playing in 2 Super Bowls and winning 1. The Olympic Games roll on. Some headlines from Team USA. Corey Dropkin and Corey Thies will take home silver in mixed doubles curling after a close contest against Sweden. Thies made history as the first American woman to earn an Olympic medal in curling. And the USA women's hockey team demolished rival Canada. They swept all 4 preliminary round games by a combined score of 20-1. A gold medal ranking update: Norway on top with 12 gold medals, 12 medals total, 6 of them gold. A tie for second as Germany and Sweden both have 6 total and 3 gold medals. Switzerland is in 4th with 5 total medals, 3 gold, and Team USA is in 5th with 7 total medals, 2 gold, 3 silver, and 2 bronze. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Balmy. It's balmy season where people use the word balmy quite a bit today, right?
I didn't wear a jacket.
No?
No, it's fine. It's great.
I guess I could have done that. I wore a jacket.
I figured it'd get a little warmer from what it is right now, too. That's not always the case, though. Maybe I should have checked that.
No, it's not really supposed to get much warmer.
Okay.
It's 29 now. The high is 31. It's going to be windy and cloudy. And
I saw 30 and thought, it'll be 40 when I get out.
Yeah. No. That's pretty much it.
Mistake.
That's what
Fine.
That's what we're looking at.
We got the automatic car starter. Fine. We outside for 10 seconds.
You'll be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Balmy. Balmy 30.
Watching a lot of snow melt yesterday
month,
was a hobby for me.
Yeah. All the icicles off the side of the house.
Yep.
Those are dangerous, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Hockey stick. Is it smart if you can reach them?
You can't. So what?
You can't really.
I couldn't reach with a hockey stick. I knocked them down earlier with a basketball.
Okay, you threw a basketball up at the
hit them and then
at the icicles.
Boom. Yeah. That was my approach. Knock them down with a basketball.
Did you get it on the first try?
There were a lot of them. It's tough to miss.
Right.
There were a lot. And then, missed a couple after that. Because you're also throwing, when I did it, it was also very cold, much colder. I had a mitten and a winter jacket and holding and throwing a basketball. Taking free throws in mittens, your percentage would drop 30 to 40%. Difficult for the touch.
At least.
That I normally have.
I would say.
Like I'm a good free throw shooter. My career free throw shooting percentage.
Would you be a better free throw shooter with your bare hands than Steph Curry would with mittens?
Ooh.
Would that even the scale enough? Or do we think he's so good and he'd figure it out?
He might figure it out, but it was tough.
Okay.
It was tough. Big.
I like
mittens.
to see that. One-on-one, you and Steph, he's got mittens.
Right. We each get time to practice, kind of get warmed up.
Yeah.
On a good stretch, what's my free throw shooting percentage? Probably going to be like 70%, 70 to 80 if I'm really
80%?
If I'm working at it, yeah.
80%.
Like when I was playing basketball, peak
80%.
pickup basketball.
Don't let him get to the line.
It's not crazy. 80's not even good.
It's good. It's good for
a regular person.
Yes,
you're right. It probably wasn't.
I think for a regular person, 80% is very good.
Yeah. Maybe 70%, maybe 60. Who knows? Better than Shaq. Back when I played a lot.
Better than Shaq. Sure. Okay.
Anyway, mittens make it tough. Good morning. We've got stuff coming up for you today. Mike Ginnitti of Spot Track will join us at 7. The yearly check-in on the Bills' salary cap, how things are there. As the hockey gets started today, Paul Hamilton joins us at 8. He talked with both Tage Thompson and Rasmus Dahlin before they left and has a piece up at WGR550.com talking to the Sabres 2 stars about their Olympic runs that are about to start. Dahlin starts today with Team Sweden, and Tage and the U.S. start tomorrow. So that's the guest list today. And other than that, we'll just wait for it to get a little bit warmer, warm it up a little bit, and soldier on. I had something I was going to mention right off that before I started saying who was coming up on the show, but now my mind is blank again. It was something about free throw shooting percentage and whatever. Maybe it'll come back to me. I know what it was. That before the show, Joe and I were talking about whether or not the U.S. curling defeat was U.S. curling's 13 seconds.
Only because I was watching the match.
You said they had a throw, they were in great shape, and they made a big mistake and left the door open and ultimately lost.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like and looked like. The reaction from the announcers when there was one throw early in that final set that they went, oh no, like that kind of reaction. So I don't know how bad it really was on a curling scale, but it didn't seem good, and it felt like they weren't in control the rest of the match. It still took Sweden's final throw, though, to win it. Like, they needed to knock out the closest stone to the middle that the U.S. had to win it, but they did. So, they had control, and then maybe they let it slip a little bit. They got a silver medal, though.
Yeah, I mean, I'm reading about it.
I don't think it was as bad as a 13 seconds level collapse. It didn't seem that bad.
Okay.
Because there was still time to go. There was not much, but more than that equivalent, I would say.
All right. If you say so.
I don't know, 13 seconds is pretty bad.
Right. For 13 seconds is just
a lot of sports don't even have.
It's you left the door open for a bad thing to happen with a series of decisions.
In that way, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You could have closed it out and you didn't.
Yeah. But again, like the levels of that versus you left the door open, I don't know, midway through the fourth quarter or with 3 minutes to go instead of third. Like, it's just, I think because there was enough time left maybe to make up for it.
Okay, so
someone else would have to tell me if there was enough
time.
time.
Listen, this is, if you're just joining us, the U.S. curling defeat in the gold medal game as Bills losses. You're saying it's more like the Denver game where they have the ball and the lead with 5 minutes left at the 14 and leave the door open. It didn't have to make them lose.
That's how it felt.
Okay.
It felt more like that to me than, epic collapse that nobody will ever forget. Historic.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, good. Good for them to get the silver.
I mean, impressive. I mean, the guy, Dropkins, the guy for the U.S., he was sweating bullets because he was, moving so much and, they were going fast-paced because I guess there's a shot clock?
Yeah.
But it's a cumulative shot clock over the course of maybe the whole match. Mm-hmm. So they were starting to move a little faster by the end of it, and that dude was ripping it up and down the line, over and over and over. Super impressive. So
it is that time of year where the Olympics, again, there's a shot clock, right? There's this, right? You're watching these games. You pop in for a sport for 20 minutes. You have a question, and you're like, I wonder. And then flip to the next channel, whatever it is. I'll watch some skiing instead. And you kind of get these questions about how the sport regularly runs. Of course, curling has championships. I know, of course, people do watch those. The Olympics, though, they get more attention. And it's a ton of fun. Right now, we've got trail cam as we're doing, slalom. So the skiing is underway. And the hockey gets started today. All-time best-on-best Olympic memories. Could you name more than 3? Or 4? The Olympic memories, of course, the Miracle on Ice. You've got Hasek winning in with the Czech Republic. That's an incredible one. Goes to a shootout. They beat Canada. I can remember watching that.
They didn't put Crosby out, or excuse me, Canada didn't put Gretzky out there, right?
Sure.
Was a part of that story.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I remember that one. Crosby beats Miller.
Yep.
What else? Like are other
TJ Oshie.
TJ Oshie. We just talked about that one the other day.
Yep. TJ Oshie is definitely on that list. I mean, shouldn't we have more Miller memories from 2010? He won MVP.
Yeah, he played great.
But my problem with that, and this has always been an annoyance with me with, maybe it's the Olympics I should blame for it, is I've never seen highlights of it. They don't exist. Like, the Olympics don't produce them. They don't give the NHL the rights to them. Even, when I watch the Hasek documentary, a huge part of his career and his story is winning that gold medal with the Czech Republic in 1998. There's no highlights because they're not allowed to use them. You put a couple photographs up of him winning because that's all you have the rights to. So maybe that's why I don't have a lot of Miller memories from those games and other matchups other than, they beat Canada, didn't they, in the group stage? I think they beat Canada earlier in that tournament. Maybe I'm wrong on that. But again, I've never seen a highlight of it. So all I know is this lore that it's almost myth at this point. He was incredible at the Olympics, but I've never seen it happen since it happened. So in that way, I guess I'm missing those. But I don't have anything else. Did anything happen at the 2006 Olympics that I remember? Or the 2002? 2002 I'm 7, so I probably wouldn't anyway.
2002 is Salt Lake.
2002 is Salt Lake.
Okay.
The U.S. was really bad that time, wasn't it? Weren't they?
And Canada beat them. That one, I remember that. I remember a little bit about that one. There's a play where a pass comes and Lemieux lets it go through him to the guy that's down the left side of the wing, and it's a nice goal there. I just checked, and you can find the shootout highlights for Czech Republic and Canada. I found it on YouTube.
Okay.
Because I remember I served Hasek v. Lindros, where there's a play in real time. It looks like the greatest save you've ever seen in your life from Hasek on Lindros, and instead Lindros actually hits the post. Which, does that count as a save? Oh, and does that count as a save? You forced the shooter wide. Take credit for it. Sure. But real time in the camera they show you, it really looks like he makes this spinning, sprawling save with his glove. Because I can remember, that's in Nagano in Japan, and I'm in college at the time. I can remember watching this shootout in college, and the room erupts on that Hasek save because it looks so incredible. But then on the replay, he caught the post instead. Which, whatever, he still got the job done. Lindros goes to the backhand. It's a very Al Kodalik level backhand, try and go to the roof, and Lindros catches the post instead. So, anyway, here's Yager. That shootout is, other than the Miracle on Ice, which again was on, which was on tape delay.
Yeah. Right.
So, in terms of live hockey sporting events, best on best, you've got Crosby's golden goal and that shootout. Those are probably the two peak moments for it. And have you familiarized yourself with how this format will work in overtime and everything? Should we let everybody know how it works?
Yeah. Yeah, it's 3-on-3.
Yeah. For how long?
Well, it's the group stage games, I'm not sure, but I know there's a shootout after. But the gold medal game, I think it's just a 20-minute 3-on-3 overtime, and I think they just keep going until somebody scores. You would never get, I'm sure, 20 minutes of scoreless 3-on-3. But gold is just 3-on-3 until they score, I think.
Right. The other games are 3-on-3 and then shootout. Right. And then in the gold medal game, the overtime is 20 minutes, 5-on-5, just like regulation, sudden death. Tied after 20 minutes, an additional 20 minutes until a goal score. So, no, that's just 5-on-5 sudden death all the way.
Okay.
The gold medal game. Which is probably, what are we going to look like, a 3 overtime game? It could look like a Stanley Cup final game or a Stanley Cup playoff game where it's just going to keep going.
Yeah. I don't like 3-on-3 in a championship game ever being the deciding factor. I guess they've had shootout, and maybe it's better than that, but...
Yeah. The quarters and the semis, if you're tied at the end of regulation, 10 minutes, 3-on-3 extra period until under sudden death rules, and a 5-skater shootout after that.
Right.
So it is interesting that here are the semifinals, 10-minute 3-on-3, but the gold medal game, no way. We couldn't do that. That's 5-on-5. Does that make any sense? I know it's a tournament. It's a short tournament. Imagine that the NFL institutes a rule where the AFC and NFC championship games have one style of overtime, and the Super Bowl has a different style of overtime.
Yeah, that would be ridiculous.
Why would you do that? But that appears to be what is going to happen.
Yeah, I don't love that part of it. On the memory, like, other memories, like, I guess this is the same game because Crosby beats Miller, but Parise ties that game
late, a minute left,
with I think less than a minute. Yeah. Less than a minute to go. I remember celebrating that goal as if the Sabres had just tied a playoff game.
Yeah, they score with the net empty, the U.S. does.
Yeah, net's empty, and I think maybe even does Kane find Parise in front? It's Parise in front is the goal. But, like, I'm looking at some of the games, even the box scores are tough to find from earlier in that Olympics. Like, the U.S. beat Canada 5-3 earlier in that tournament, and Miller had 42 saves on 45 shots. Like, that should be a memory. Right? Does anybody remember that game, though?
You probably need a longer tournament to have a memory, right?
I guess.
Because the Stanley Cup Finals, you'll remember, maybe it's just because of your level of investment in the Sabres.
I mean, your guy beat, it wasn't the gold medal game, and maybe the fact they lost the gold medal game to the same team later is why. Because your guy had 42 saves and beat Canada. On a U.S. team that was not, by the way, like, near as good as it is now. So... But yeah, I don't got anything. I don't know if there's like an incredible save he makes in that should be memorable or what. Yeah, I guess the length of the tournament plays into that as well. I mean, I would say I wish it was longer, but you're already taking 2 weeks out of the NHL season and calendar to get rid of it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe this one will have 3 new ones. Because I think, what was my list? It was the Miller-Crosby overtime.
The
Parise.
The Canada shootout against the Czechs.
Yep. It's TJ Oshie, and that's it. Nothing happened in 2006 that I remember.
06 is the year
you know what I remember about 06?
Being mad that Robert Ashe was the goalie?
Yes, and that Miller didn't make the team.
That's it.
Yeah.
Being mad
Everyone was furious
being
about
mad that Robert Ashe was the goalie because...
Robert Ashe and, who else? John Graham.
Okay, now John... Van Beesbrook is gone by that point.
I think he's gone by then. I think John Graham of the Lightning made the team over Miller.
Because one thing about that series, or whatever, about that Olympics in 06 when Miller didn't make the team, right, he made it in 2010 and became a star. In 06, he was becoming a star. We thought he should have made the team. He didn't. And then in the Flyers series, specifically Game 2, when the Sabres absolutely kill the Flyers and beat Robert Ashe, there are a chance of USA in the building, which is a great moment.
Yes.
Because Ashe is just getting absolute... Or maybe... Boy, now I'm mixing memories. Maybe that happened earlier in the season as they're beating the Flyers.
Maybe.
But there's definitely USA chance while the Sabres are lighting up Robert Ashe at some point.
Yeah.
And like Miller's our guy, Ashe is on that team, and of course, like...
I mean, they went 1-1-3 at those games.
Yeah, they needed a better goal.
I mean, they drew Latvia. So it wasn't a great showing. DiPietro was the other goalie at those games, and not Miller.
There's another memory. Latvia tying Canada?
Latvia ties the U.S. in 06. Latvia...
In 2010?
They didn't tie. I think it was 2014.
Okay.
And they were tied until like a minute left. Okay. And then I think Canada scored. So it's memorable that they were even in the game that late, but I do believe they lost.
There's definitely a look at Latvia. What are they? Who's the goalie? Skrastins?
No, he was a guy. He played in the NHL. Goodlefkis.
Okay, Goodlefkis.
And Ted Nolan was the coach.
That's right. That's right.
It's just crazy.
Ted Nolan coached Latvia. Ralph Kruger coached Team Europe in the World Cup.
And Switzerland.
And Switzerland.
Somewhere along the way.
Hey, let's have it. So the schedule, we've got Sweden playing today. So we've got Dahlin today, and it's exciting, get these games on.
I think today, by the way, I don't know if he's still, because Slovakia plays at 10:30 against Finland. That's the opening game. I think Craig Ramsey is the Slovakian coach.
All right.
I think. He was at some point. I don't know if he still is. No, he was announced here we go, this Wikipedia page. In July 25, it was announced he will no longer continue with Team Slovakia, so never mind.
10:40 this morning. It would be likely UPL, but of course he's hurt and missing the Olympics, which is unfortunate. 803-0550 is our phone number. If you want to give us a call on this, it's Best on Best. Today's the day. Back to Best on Best hockey for the first time in quite a long time. since, of course, we did see it in the Four Nations face-off, which was a massive hit and a great event. At least the U.S.-Canada games were. And, the schedule this time around, excuse me, the tournament itself, like the U.S., it might not play Canada, which would be unfortunate to not have happen. But it's a quick turnaround. This whole tournament takes place in the course of 12 days.
Yeah,
3 games and then a medal round.
That would be a good question. Do people care enough about just winning gold for the U.S. and that's it, that when Canada plays in these other games, it would be a better result to have them lose because then you won't play them? Or do people want the matchup?
Well, let me ask you. If the U.S. wins, they are in the gold medal game. On the other side of the bracket, Canada's playing another team. Who do you want to win? Do you want U.S. Canada?
I think I might just want the matchup.
Right. I think that's fair.
I mean, I want the U.S. to win, but...
But you want the gold medal game that is U.S.-Canada. That's what you like.
Yes. Right. The whole thing is getting best on best and not having that for 10 years. And best on best within the best on best is the U.S. and Canada.
Yeah.
And if they're playing Czechia in the gold medal game, it'll still feel great, I'm sure, but I think it won't be as sweet as if they were to beat Canada to win it.
803-0550. And 1-888-550-2550 to join us.
I am reading about the 2006 Olympic Games now, and apparently there were allegations that Sweden threw a game against Slovakia
to
at
try
the
and
end,
get a better matchup,
so they could face Switzerland in the quarterfinals instead of Canada.
All right.
And the coach made some comment about what he compared the two teams. One is cholera, one is the other one is the plague.
One is cholera, the other is the plague.
And the other is the plague.
Yeah.
So maybe is that him admitting to it?
No, that's him saying both are difficult to fight, I think.
The plague was pretty bad. They won gold. It worked.
All right, good. Rich in Lakeview. Hey, Rich.
Hey, good morning, guys. I still have to go back to the best live Olympic hockey. Still is the Soviet game part of the Miracle on Ice, because if you were a border town like Buffalo, unlike as much of the United States, we got to see the game live off of Canadian TV. So it was a 5:30 game, and I remember after school, everyone, delivering papers. I didn't do my weekly collections. We ordered the pizza and wings, which I think were $9.95 at that time. And I'm serious about that one. And what I remember is the last 10 minutes, just like it has in the Netflix documentary. It was just how excruciating long that last 10 minutes was. But just the amount of pride. It was Buffalo, your proximity to Lake Placid. Because we weren't inundated, they used to have these up close and personal, and we got to know the athletes, and it was much more drama. But I will remember something very close in that same one, and much like my Sabre takes where I bailed too early, but I do get you 50,000 Twitter impressions. The Sweden game, it was a school night. We got to stay up late. And I remember when Bill Baker scored that goal, I'm like, I'm going upstairs. We got school tomorrow. 40 years later, same thing, right? And Bill Baker scored. And how much drama where TV was entertainment. We got to know the players. I'm feeling right now, I mean, I can't believe much of the country waited on tape delay for the result.
Yeah.
I mean, Denver kicked the field goal, even on live TV, terrestrial TV, or whatever we get now, and it showed up on my Twitter feed 3 seconds before Denver actually beat Buffalo. And that was like, how did we wait as a culture 3.5 hours or 3 hours until that came out? But for just, I mean, nothing, I guess it's my age, resonates like that. And I think it's also the drama they built in. It was a perfect time. They caught it. I hope we have that now. I'm going in to teach. Kids in school had the USA jerseys on yesterday. I think we're just waiting for something like that to happen. And I mean, I enjoy it that way. And for me, it's the ride. And like you said before, the hopefulness of the best on best. I just can't wait to see it. My only downfall, it feels to me like an all-star team. I wish these guys had more time to practice together, but we have to get back to the NHL.
Right.
So, yeah, for me, it's still that whole Olympic tournament, because even after a Miracle, we have to wait till Sunday to see if they won, but by far the best.
Thanks, Rich. Thanks for the phone call.
I do feel like even though like that last point about they don't get to practice together for more than a couple of days, it almost kind of is like an early college football season maybe where, yeah, like your season gets rolling and those are kind of like your warm-up games. Like when you play Denmark,
right?
When you're a 5-goal favorite. Sure, you could lose the game if things go horribly wrong, but you're probably winning, and you can build all of that throughout those couple of games when you're heavy favorites. So, generally, I don't think it really impacts the quality of the sport once you're there.
No, and how different is that from, the World Cup is a little different because that takes place over the course of a month.
But and also those teams are playing friendlies a lot throughout the years and Gold Cups and
they're playing.
They're together. They're together way more often than the men's hockey team
for sure. Every couple months they'll play a week or two and practice and kind of get back to work. Yeah,
that's right. But still, I think it's a more instinctual sport than soccer, which I think is more built on chemistry anyway. So it's fine.
One thing, just to double check here, there are some sites that tell you the gold medal game is a 20-minute 3-on-3 sudden death. It is not. It is not. I've got.
It's not?
No, Eric wrote into me with a graphic. The gold medal's 3-on-3 overtime. I got the Athletic and Sporting News. It is not. The gold medal game is regular. It is
5-on-5.
It's 5-on-5. I'm reading multiple people. So
good.
Maybe somebody else has it wrong. But the gold medal game is not 3-on-3.
Okay.
Gold medal overtime in the in this is just overtime hockey rules. TheSportingNews.com. It says the gold medal game is different.
Okay.
Tied at the end regulation, 5-on-5. It remains. That is, of course, different from the semis. One other quick thing about Olympic hockey, and this is a point that's not brought up that much. It used to be, maybe I should say this for the other side, but whatever. I'll get to it quickly, and maybe I'll throw it to you guys as an idea. It used to be we wanted the Olympics because it was best on best with a lot more space on the ice. And you had room, and it opened up the game. But at the risk of just kind of making a broad sweeping statement, I feel like that's because in the 90s we felt like we needed that from the game. The game was dead puck era, clogged, slower, hulking defensemen, interference. And now I don't think we feel like we consistently need that from hockey. And ever since it's moved to an NHL ice rink, which is Vancouver, right? Vancouver goes NHL ice rink. And this is actually smaller than an NHL ice rink because they couldn't fit it in the building. But whatever. It's basically like an NHL rink and it's not an Olympic rink, which I think is better. I can remember watching Olympic-size ice rink games. And one thing about that that's different is there's more room to operate for sure. But when you're doing a cycle in the offensive zone, it's so much easier to clear the zone as a defensive team when the rink is so much wider.
Right.
Like defensemen can't get to the wall at the blue line to keep a puck in, and it's more free flowing, but I do feel like since they went to the NHL rink, it's better. So best on best, NHL rink. That's how the game is played at the highest level, and having these players kind of stay on the same size rink, I think, is for the best. Anyway, 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Best and best, U.S. men's and Canada get going tomorrow. The U.S. women routed Canada. So maybe another reason to be excited about Team USA is could we sweep? Sweep the Golds.
They dominated yesterday.
5-0. Absolute domination.
And, there was a point in the second period where I think shots were like 20-4 in favor of the U.S.
Total domination. Yeah. All right. 803-0550, our number, and 1-888-550-2550 here on WGR. The hockey gets started today. All-time best-on-best Olympic memories. Could you name more than 3 or 4? The Olympic memories, of course, like the Miracle on Ice. You've got Hasek winning with the Czech Republic. That's an incredible one. Goes to a shootout. They beat Canada. I can remember watching that.
They didn't put Crosby out, or excuse me, Canada didn't put Gretzky out there, right?
Sure.
Was a part of that story.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I remember that one. Crosby beats Miller.
Yep.
What else? Like other
TJ Oshie.
TJ Oshie. We just talked about that one the other day.
Yep. TJ Oshie is definitely on that list. I mean, shouldn't we have more Miller memories from 2010? He won MVP.
Yeah, he played great.
But my problem with that, and this has always been an annoyance with me with, maybe it's the Olympics I should blame for it, is I've never seen highlights of it. They don't exist. Like, the Olympics don't produce them. They don't give the NHL the rights to them. Even, when I watch the Hasek documentary, a huge part of his career and his story is winning that gold medal with the Czech Republic in 1998. There's no highlights because they're not allowed to use them. It's you put a couple photographs up of him winning because that's all you have the rights to. So maybe that's why I don't have a lot of Miller memories from those games and other matchups other than, they beat Canada, didn't they, in the group stage? I think they beat Canada earlier in that tournament. Maybe I'm wrong on that. But again, I've never seen a highlight of it. So all I know is this lore that it's almost myth at this point. Like, he was incredible at the Olympics, but I've never seen it happen since it happened. So in that way, I guess I'm missing those. But I don't have anything else. Like, did anything happen at the 06 Olympics that I remember? Or the 2002? I mean, 2002 I'm 7, so I probably wouldn't anyway.
2002 is Salt Lake.
2002 is Salt Lake.
Okay.
The U.S. was really bad that time, wasn't it? Weren't they?
And Canada beat them. That one, I remember that. I remember a little bit about that one. There's a play where a pass comes and Lemieux lets it go through him to the guy that's down the left side of the wing, and it's a nice goal there.
Do people care enough about just winning gold for the U.S. and that's it, that when Canada plays in these other games, it would be a better result to have them lose because then you won't play them? Or do people want the matchup?
Well, let me ask you. Because the U.S. wins, they're in the gold medal game. On the other side of the bracket, Canada's playing another team. Who do you want to win? Like, do you want U.S. Canada?
I think I might just want the matchup.
Right. I think that's fair.
I mean, I want the U.S. to win, but
you want the gold medal game that is U.S. Canada. That's what you'd like.
Yes. Right. The whole thing is getting best on best and not having that for 10 years. And best on best within the best on best is the U.S. and Canada.
Yeah.
And if they're playing Czechia in the gold medal game, it'll still feel great, I'm sure, but I think it won't be as sweet as if they were to beat Canada to win it.
Couple of Bills signings per our own Sal Capaccio. According to the NFL transaction wire, the Bills have signed quarterback Shane Buechele and wide receiver Jalen Virgil to free agent contracts. Neither were under contract to other clubs, so they were able to free sign to any team before the March 11th new league year. Around the NFL, the Ravens hired assistant special teams coach Anthony Levine as their special teams coordinator. New Raiders coach Clint Kubiak said he will call plays for the Raiders, and right tackle Rob Havenstein retired from the NFL after 11 seasons with the Rams. Sabres are off until the 25th, but two Sabres in action the next 2 days in the Olympics as they roll on. Rasmus Dahlin and Team Sweden are in action against Italy today at 3:10, and tomorrow Tage Thompson and Team USA see their first action against Latvia at 3:10 as well. Some headlines from Team USA: Corey Dropkin and Corey Thies will take home silver in mixed doubles curling after a close contest against Sweden. Thies made history as the first American woman to earn an Olympic medal in curling. And USA women's hockey demolished rival Canada. They swept all 4 preliminary round games by a combined score of 20-1. A gold medal ranking update. Norway on top with 12 total medals, 6 of them gold. A tie for second as Germany and Sweden both have 6 total medals, 3 gold medals. Switzerland is in 4th, 5 total medals and 3 gold. And Team USA is in 5th with 7 total medals, 2 gold, 3 silver, and 2 bronze. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
The bottom of the 8th. Oshie and Bobrovsky duel again. Score! Team USA wins!
Shout out Doc Emmerich. I haven't heard him in a while.
I haven't heard his voice in forever.
Right? Doc Emmerich. The
Who's
best
got play-by-play of this?
NBC...
It wouldn't be as easy because they don't have hockey anymore.
No, that's a great question. I don't know who has lead play-by-play for the Olympics for hockey. Today, 10:40, Sweden and Italy. We'll get things started on the men's side. And, Sweden, Italy is the 3 o'clock game, and the early game is going to be Slovakia, Finland.
Yeah, 10:30,
10:40 is Slovakia, Finland. 10:40 this morning.
Yep.
Jeremy and Joe, good morning. It is time for the U.S. hockey tournament. Whatever. Me calling it the U.S. hockey tournament. The Olympic hockey tournament. That's what I'm trying to say. It's early. It's before 7 a.m. 803-0550, our number, 1-888-550-2550. This Sabres break, the NHL break, is kind of waiting. Just waiting for them to come back. We are 2 weeks from them returning. They'll be back on the 25th, I believe, is the day they come back.
And we're 23 days away from the trade deadline. Not that far away.
Not that far.
They're only going to play like 5 games before it, and then that's it. 5 or 6 games.
5 games and 3 dangerous, I think, teams in that mix.
Yeah.
Vegas, Tampa, maybe not New Jersey, but I'm thinking about the deadline. I'm thinking a lot about the deadline and teams that might be selling. I mean, there are big ideas. They are a buyer for the first time. Well, they're a real buyer for the first time in over a decade. There was the 1 year that Bottrell decided they were going to be like a fake buyer when they traded for like Wayne Simmons at the deadline when they were 9 points out of a playoff spot. I think that maybe is the meaningful games in March quote that gets referenced. They traded for guys because they wanted to have meaningful games in March, even though they were like 10 points out of a playoff spot. So other than that, they haven't been I don't think, a legitimate buyer since they last made it. Right? What's their last like real buying deadline move? Brad Boyes.
Other than again that like they trade for Wayne Simmons, but it was fake.
Rafi Torres, Brad Boyes. Like that timeline.
Those guys, right? The Dominic Moore era. Maybe he came after them.
Rafi Torres to me feels like the biggest one.
Well, he was the last one they made when they made the playoffs. So I'm assuming that is either the one or like one.
Yeah,
before.
That's 2010.
Right.
They traded for a guy that had scored 19 goals in 60 games. He had scored more goals. I think Torres scored more goals than anybody that was moved at the deadline that year. And then he came to Buffalo and scored 0 goals.
Never scored. Never scored for the team.
And then went to Vancouver and scored 14 the next. Like, it's just, looking at its page, it's funny. It's 19, over with 2 different teams. 19, Columbus, 19. No, that would have been the same year. 14, 15, and then just a cup of coffee with the Sabres, 0. No goals. The only team he didn't score with. Anyway.
And those are not massive deadline moves where like you're the story of the day. And there are players they could trade for at the deadline where that would be the case. Like if they got one of the Blues guys, the Blues are 15 points out of the playoffs right now. Like, they're going to sell. Maybe they're going to blow it up. And if you're the team that goes out and trades for Jordan Kyrou at the deadline, then guess who the deadline's about? So, did you see what the Sabres did?
Yeah.
They went out and traded for a 30-goal scorer, a perennial 30-goal scorer. That's 27 years old. And he's going to be this year and beyond. Like, that level of move, they haven't done in my lifetime.
You want to do that for, what, Ostland? Isn't that the piece they're asking for? Your best young forward? They're asking for him? Or who?
They're asking for him. Can I get them to settle on, like...
An injured Yuri Kulik is who you're going to say here?
He's the name I want, but right, because of blood clots, I don't know if he's tradable. Hellenis in a first?
I don't know. The Rafi Torres trade
My best non-NHL prospect
is
right now.
Hellenis.
And a first-round pick.
First-round pick in the 20s?
Yeah, maybe it's in the teens. Maybe it's in the high teens. But yeah, pretty much.
The Torres trade was Nathan Pache and a second for Rafi Torres to the Blue Jackets, if you care about that, in 2010. But for the Sabres in the deadline, we're all waiting for Jarmo to really put his fingerprints on this team. He has re-signed Josh Doan.
Yes, that's
extended
that's
Josh Doan. And really that's it. The team just started winning. He gets kind of some credit for that.
Yep. They have not signed Alex Tuck.
No.
He said that was a priority, the press conference, and that has not happened.
There seem to be reports about the Tuck stuff that it's not particularly close.
No. And that, by the way, any move that I just mentioned about, like, you trade for Robert Thomas or Jordan Kyrou or one of these guys that's, like, those two actually have the same contract. They're in year 3 of 8-year deals at $8.1 million per year.
That just replaces Tuck?
That replaces Tuck. And you might even argue, well, okay, good. They are younger than Tuck. They are arguably better than Tuck. They are cheaper than Tuck probably will get paid because of the deal they're already on. So you could, you have to trade for them though, and you don't have to trade for Tuck. But you could argue that is reasonable. That's a better idea, long term, money, age, and you would get a couple of months of having both of them on the team at the same time.
One thing about Kekalainen's mindset that's interesting in his presser where he said the worst day is, of course, the day you lose, and it's worse if you go farther.
Yeah.
Which, I get that. Yeah. Heartbreak. If you lose in the cup final, that might be more heartbreaking than losing in the first round. But that's, of course, not something you should be afraid of.
No.
You wouldn't. I'm not going to make this trade because I'm afraid we'll lose later. But as he looks at this team, what does he think he can do this year? And what does he think that it's worth, right? When they were out of it, he's talking about how we're not going to do blah, blah, blah just to make it. That's not good enough to just make it. And Tuck is the one who, 2-3 weeks ago said, we're not trying to just make it. We're talking about the Stanley Cup. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's a conversation that the GM has with him for this season. Like, why is the cup on Tuck's mind? Just because they've won so many games? Is it talked about in the room? Is it the kind of thing that they think, we might not be a perfect team, but how far should we think we can go? And if you're Jarmo, do I have a move that I feel is the difference between the second round and the third round?
Mm-hmm.
Goalie is still always going to be like right there as, you hope it doesn't run out. You hope your goalie luck doesn't run out.
Mm-hmm.
But, you could do things to make you stronger in other areas. And I wonder what his appetite is to when they get back from the Olympics, of course, because there is a roster freeze. But when they get back from the Olympics and they got 5 games before the deadline, what is his appetite to do something? Mm-hmm. Panarin got moved.
Yep.
I told you I thought the Sabres made a call on that. The Islanders have made a pair of trades. And I bet after the deadline, once guys get back from the Olympics, a game or 2 in, we're going to see more movement because the deadline comes up pretty quick after. So I'm eager to get a rumor or 2 out there, but it's a little bit of a quiet time as we wait for this tournament to start.
And Jarmo's in Italy, too.
Yes.
So he's
with Team Finland.
I'm not sure how many NHL GMs would be there. I guess Bill Guerin's there. He could talk to him. And I'm sure there are a couple of others. But, I don't expect many rumors over the next 3 weeks here.
Yeah.
But immediately after that, our GMs sitting on ideas that they're texting guys about, but they know they can't really act on. And who also falls out? Nashville's a team that always gets rumored to sell, but they are 4 points out of a playoff spot. So how much does their 5-game stretch really change what they're going to be? What if they lose 4 of them and now they're 8 points out? What if they win 3 of them and they're 3 points out? Like, there might be players that you think you can get, and honestly, a 5-game stretch for another team could actually impact whether or not you can actually get your hands on them.
Yeah. 803-0550, our number. Jeremy and Joe. Good Wednesday morning. Mike Ginnitti of Spot Track, top of the hour. We also have a bit of a small Maxx Crosby update. You can make the adjustments in your program, how likely it is you think he's traded after what we heard a little bit from Clint Kubiak yesterday, new Raiders coach. We'll get you that story. Mike Ginnitti of Spot Track on the Bills and just what they can do with their cap. It's all coming up here on WGR.
Do people care enough about just winning gold
Jeremy,
for the U.S.,
Waylon,
and that's it, that when Canada plays in these other games, it would be a better result to have them lose because then you won't play them? Or do people want the matchup?
Well, let me ask you. If the U.S. wins, they're in the gold medal game. On the other side of the bracket, Canada's playing another team. Who do you want to win? Like, do you want U.S. Canada?
I think I might just want the matchup.
Right. I think that's fair.
I mean, I want the U.S. to win, but
you want the gold medal game that is U.S. Canada. That's what you like.
Yes. Right. The whole thing is getting best on best and not having that for 10 years. And best on best within the best on best is the U.S. and Canada.
Yeah.
And if they're playing Czechia in the gold medal game, it'll still feel great, I'm sure, but I think it won't be as sweet as if they were to beat Canada to win it.
I'm thinking about the deadline. I'm thinking a
lot about the deadline and teams that might be selling. I mean, there are big ideas. They are a buyer for the first time. Well, they're a real buyer for the first time in over a decade. There was the 1 year that Bottrell decided they were going to be like a fake buyer when they traded for like Wayne Simmons at the deadline when they were 9 points out of a playoff spot. I think that maybe is the meaningful games in March quote that gets referenced. They traded for guys because they wanted to have meaningful games in March, even though they were like 10 points out of a playoff spot. So other than that, they haven't been I don't think, a legitimate buyer since they last made it, right? What's their last like real buying deadline move?
Brad Boyes.
Other than, again, that like they trade for Wayne Simmons, but it was fake.
Rafi Torres, Brad Boyes. Like that timeline?
Those guys, right? The Dominic Moore era. Maybe he came after them.
Rafi Torres to me feels like the biggest one.
Well, he was the last one they made when they made the playoffs. So I'm assuming that is either the one or like one.
Yeah,
before.
That's 2010.
Right.
They traded for a guy that had scored 19 goals in 60 games. He had scored more goals. I think Torres scored more goals than anybody that was moved at the deadline that year. And then he came to Buffalo and scored 0 goals.
Never scored. Never scored for the team.
And then went to Vancouver and scored 14 the next. Like, it's just, looking at its page, it's funny. It's 19 over with 2 different teams. 19, Columbus, 19. No, that would have been the same year. 14, 15, and then just a cup of coffee with the Sabres, 0. No goals. The only team he didn't score with. Anyway.
And those are not massive deadline moves where like you're the story of the day, and there are players they could trade for at the deadline where that would be the case. Like if they got one of the Blues guys, the Blues are 15 points out of the playoffs right now, like they're going to sell, maybe they're going to blow it up. And if you're the team that goes out and trades for Jordan Kyrou at the deadline, then guess who the deadline's about? So did you see what the Sabres did?
Yeah.
They went out and traded for a 30-goal scorer, a perennial 30-goal scorer that's 27 years old. And he's going to be this year and beyond. Like that level of move they haven't done in my lifetime.
to drink a cup of coffee with Max this morning. Love talking ball with him, and look forward to continuing those conversations. He was the first one in here this morning working out, so that fired me up. We want him to be a part of our success going forward. There's no doubt about that. He's one of the best players in the NFL, so that's a no-brainer to get to work with Max and to see him continue to have success with this organization.
Clint Kubiak, new coach of the Raiders. There was a report Crosby said he would never play for the Raiders again. Here's Clint Kubiak saying he had a cup of coffee with him. He's the first one in the building. Crosby was. I would say Crosby being there and working out at the Raiders facility is an indication he is definitely not committed to playing his last game with the Raiders. Mm-hmm. There are other gyms, right?
There are a lot of them.
There are a lot of gyms. And I know you're an employee of the team. You could be in there. I don't know if there are workout bonuses or something like that. But
not after the season, I don't think.
I would wonder about that. Like the latest on Crosby, is he going to be moved? Maybe, maybe not. There's Clint Kubiak saying like it fired him up to talk with him about it. So
the only time we heard from Crosby was on with Cowherd last week, and he didn't really. He wanted to fight back against the idea that he's done there, but everything else has been no, he's done there. So I don't know.
Maybe. How about this? Want to go deep into a conspiracy? Max, you want to get traded? I do. Okay. We can do that for you. The first thing you have to do is make it seem like you don't want to get traded. That'll help us, right? Mm-hmm. If everyone thinks you have to go and you're refusing to play for us, we can't get as much, period. Even if there are 5-10 buyers, we can't get as much.
Yep.
If the belief is you're not unhappy, maybe we can hold out for a higher price. And if you want us to play ball and move you, then play ball and stop acting like you must be moved. What do you think?
It's possible.
It's possible. The reality is if there are 10 buyers and a guy wants to leave, I feel like the price is still the price. But
right.
We'll see.
He's only this is the second year coming up of an extension.
3-year deal, yeah.
So I guess it could be about money, but
I don't think so.
I don't think it is.
He just got paid a big deal.
$35 million per year is not a lot more that he should think
he didn't have the kind of year that is like, he needs to get more.
I don't think it's like, this is just all, a song and dance to get more money. I think he already got that.
803-0550. Mike Ginnitti of Spot Track on the other side. We can ask him about what a team would pick up if they are going to trade for Crosby, how movable that deal is, how much room the Bills can open up. In fact, I guess I want to start to ask about Josh Palmer. Could the Bills move off of Josh Palmer? I wouldn't anticipate that's likely, but a post-June 1 cut might be something they could do. We'll get to that a little bit as we talk about remaking the receiver room, rebuilding the defense, all that good stuff. So, Mike Ginnitti of Spot Trek coming up on the other side of the break. Paul Hamilton at 8 with an Olympic preview. He has a piece up talking to Tage and Rasmus Dahlin at WGR550.com. You can check that out. We'll get Paul's pre-tournament thoughts with Dahlin's Sweden team ready to go today. And Brayton Wilson also has a piece up at our website about the Olympics and best on best returning for the first time in 10 years. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. The hockey gets started today. All-time best on best Olympic memories. Could you name more than 3 or 4? The Olympic memories, of course, like the Miracle on Ice. You've got Hasek winning with the Czech Republic. Mm-hmm. That's an incredible one. Goes to a shootout. They beat Canada. I can remember watching that.
They didn't put Crosby out, or excuse me, Canada didn't put Gretzky out there, right?
Sure.
Was a part of that story.
That's fine. I remember that one. Crosby beats Miller.
Yep.
What else? Like are there other
TJ Oshie.
TJ Oshie, we just talked about that one the other day.
Yep, TJ Oshie is definitely on that list. Shouldn't we have more Miller memories from 2010? He won MVP.
Yeah, he played great.
But my problem with that, and this has always been an annoyance with me with, maybe it's the Olympics I should blame for it, is I've never seen highlights of it. They don't exist. Like, the Olympics don't produce them. They don't give the NHL the rights to them. Even, when I watch the Hasek documentary, a huge part of his career and his story is winning that gold medal with the Czech Republic in 1998. There's no highlights. because they're not allowed to use them. It's you put a couple photographs up of him winning because that's all you have the rights to. So maybe that's why I don't have a lot of Miller memories from those games and other matchups other than, I mean, they beat Canada, didn't they, in the group stage? I think they beat Canada earlier in that tournament. Maybe I'm wrong on that. But again, like, I've never seen a highlight of it. So all I know is this, like, lore that it's like almost myth at this point. Like, he was incredible at the Olympics, but I've never seen it happen since it happened. So in that way, I guess I'm missing those. But I don't have anything else. Like, did anything happen at the 06 Olympics that I remember? Or the 2002? I mean, 2002 I'm 7, so I probably wouldn't anyway.
2002 is Salt Lake.
2002 is Salt Lake.
Okay.
The U.S. was really bad that time, wasn't it?
Yes, and Canada beat them. That one, I remember that. I remember a little bit about that one. There's a play where a pass comes and Lemieux lets it go through him to the guy that's down the left side of the wing, and it's a nice goal there. I'm thinking about the deadline. I'm thinking a lot about the deadline and teams that might be selling. I mean, there are big ideas. They are a buyer for the first time. Well, they're a real buyer for the first time in over a decade. There was the one year that Bottrell decided they were going to be like a fake buyer when they traded for like Wayne Simmons at the deadline when they were 9 points out of a playoff spot. I think that maybe is the meaningful games in March quote that gets referenced. They traded for guys because they wanted to have meaningful games in March, even though they were like 10 points out of a playoff spot. So other than that, they haven't been I don't think, a legitimate buyer since they last made it, right? What's their last like real buying deadline move? Brad Boyes.
Other than, again, that like they trade for Wayne Simmons, but it was fake.
Rafi Torres, Brad Boyes. Like that timeline?
Those guys, right? The Dominic Moore era. Maybe he came after them.
Rafi Torres to me feels like the biggest one.
Well, he was the last one they made when they made the playoffs. So I'm assuming that is either the one or like one.
Yeah,
before.
That's 2010.
Right.
They traded for a guy that had scored 19 goals in 60 games. He had scored more goals. I think Torres scored more goals than anybody that was moved at the deadline that year. And then he came to Buffalo and scored 0 goals.
Never scored. Never scored for the team.
And then went to Vancouver and scored 14 the next. Like, it's just, looking at its page, it's funny. It's 19 over with 2 different teams. 19, Columbus, 19. No, that would have been the same year. 14, 15, and then just a cup of coffee with the Sabres, 0. No goals. The only team he didn't score with. Anyway.
And those are not massive deadline moves where like you're the story of the day, and there are players they could trade for at the deadline where that would be the case. Like if they got one of the Blues guys, the Blues are 15 points out of the playoffs right now, like they're going to sell, maybe they're going to blow it up. And if you're the team that goes out and trades for Jordan Kyrou at the deadline, then guess who the deadline's about? So did you see what the Sabres did?
Yeah.
They went out and traded for a 30-goal scorer, a perennial 30-goal scorer that's 27 years old. And he's going to be this year and beyond. Like that level of move they haven't done in my lifetime.
Couple Bills signings per our own Sal Capaccio. According to the NFL Transaction Wire, the Bills have signed quarterback Shane Buechele and wide receiver Jalen Virgil to free agent contracts. Neither were under contract to other clubs, so they were able to free sign with any team before the March 11th new league year. Around the NFL, the Ravens hired assistant special teams coach Anthony Levine as their special teams coordinator. New Raiders coach Clint Kubiak said he will call plays for the Raiders, and right tackle Rob Havenstein retired from the NFL after 11 seasons with the Rams. The Sabres are off until the 25th. Two Sabres in action in the next 2 days in the Olympic Games as they roll on. Rasmus Dahlin and Team Sweden are in action against Italy today at 3:10, and tomorrow, Tage Thompson and Team USA see their first action against Latvia at 3:10. Some headlines from the Olympics and Team USA. Corey Dropkin and Corey Thies will take home silver in mixed doubles curling after a close contest against Sweden. Thies made history as the first American woman to earn an Olympic medal in curling. And USA women's hockey demolished rival Canada. They swept all 4 preliminary round games by a combined score of 20-1. Gold medal ranking update, Norway on top, 12 total medals, 6 of them gold. A tie for second is Germany and Sweden. Both have 6 total medals, 3 of them gold. And Switzerland is in 4th with 5 total medals, 3 gold. And Team USA in 5th, 7 total medals, 2 gold and 3 silver, along with 2 bronze. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I am always looking for ways, trying to be creative, whether it's with the cap, contracts. We made some aggressive plays at the trade deadline to try and get something done. We couldn't get those teams to want to truly engage with us. But yes, if there's an opportunity that I can make work with all that, I wouldn't hesitate to be aggressive.
All right, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. We are deep in a fact-finding controversy mission about the gold medal game the Olympic gold medal game overtime format.
Yeah. I'm in the weeds on the Olympic site. And
same. You can find some sites that'll tell you it's 5-on-5 and some that say it's 3-on-3.
I think the reason for all the confusion, which is insane because the tournament starts today, and like ESPN says one thing and the Athletic says another, and Daily Faceoff says this. It's because the Olympic site, in the preliminary rounds, it says 5 minutes of sudden death, 3-on-3 overtime. You skip forward to the gold medal game, and it just says teams will keep playing, instead of a shootout, a 20-minute sudden death overtime until a winner is found.
Yeah.
It does not mention how many players will be on the ice. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Surprise when we get there?
I'll try hard.
Maybe there's a mystery box. We've got like 6 different overtime rules.
Maybe.
The captains are going to pull a piece of paper, and that's going to decide what they play.
This means for the next, 24 hours, people will send us links showing, no, it says this. No, it says
and
this.
It's going to be.
And
we've already been to all the sites.
I've found both of them. So for less confusing things, let's talk Bill's salary cap. Mike Ginnitti of Spot Trek is up on the Wester hotline, chatting with him. Of course, the website Spot Trek helps you understand the cap a little bit, and Mike's going to join us here for our at least yearly, sometimes, a couple times a yearly conversation on what the Bills do. Mike, good morning. Jeremy and Joe, thanks for taking time today.
Good morning, guys. My pleasure.
So, all right, let's talk salary cap for the Bills, Mike, and what the Bills can do, should do, how much room there is. Sometimes you see at the end of a season the team is in the red. They're on the wrong side of the salary cap, and it can be very, very bad. But not all numbers are created equal, right? Some teams have more flexibility than others. So, in terms of the league, where do the Bills look like they're at in terms of how much they could move around to create space? How tight will the offseason be?
Right, so they're definitely going to start in the red here. And, about a quarter of the league is going to be in the red, at least to get into this first couple weeks of February. But for the most part, these teams have figured this out. They're okay with sort of limping into this, understanding that there's conversions to be made, as you're alluding to here, and they'll be perfectly healthy by the time we get to March 11th. Every year's different. Buffalo was extremely aggressive, both adding and subtracting last offseason, as you know. This one, I wouldn't expect it to be that aggressive, but you do have some bigger decisions to make, which can certainly help from a cap perspective. And, you start with players like Dawson Knox and maybe a Deion Dawkins conversation, which could really open up some significant room. But look, you can get yourself to a point of positive 30 fairly quickly before you're getting to March 9th when you're talking to other free agents. So, you can swing about $40 million of cap right now, really without doing too much damage to the current financial roster.
$40 million, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And $40 million, of course, like for people that understand the cap as well, that doesn't mean you can only sign $40 million worth of AAV. That's right. Your cap hits come in for about 40 or less. So if you wanted to swing a trade for Maxx Crosby, you create the $40 million, you go sign him, his cap hit, or you go trade for him, his cap hit is 30, but then you can move that money also. Like how easy is a Crosby trade for any team out there right now based on his contract and how his number might look?
Really easy for the Raiders. I mean, they put that thing in a situation where they're basically taking no cap on to move him, so it's all about what they can add. You're looking at, though, about a $30 million cap hit to acquire him. Obviously, you can move that around once he's in the house, and maybe a new contract comes with that trade. But he's easily the top trade target, both from football and for business reasons, sitting out there right now.
Mike Ginnitti of Spot Track joining us on the Western Hotline.
Do you like him as an idea for the Bills, football-wise? And cap-wise, too?
Yeah, it's the right age. He's in that 29-ish age where you can probably get 3 really strong prime years out of him still. He seems pretty hungry for a lot of reasons. He's had some injury history, but I think it's the right time for that type of player. And this is a roster that you're probably losing 3 edge players right now and maybe a couple more or at least one more when you talk about the bubble situation. So it's a position of need. I'd put it top 2-3 position of need right now, and rather than go to the draft, which I think is going to be heavy on some other positions in terms of secondary and wide receiver, it's a pretty good way to fill that hole immediately right at the start of this league year.
Mike Ginnitti of Spot Track joining us on the Western Hotline. The biggest restructure candidates for the Bills is Dawson Knox. I feel like he's the one where everything is available, whether it's cut or trade or restructure or pay cut. Let's talk about the pay cut idea, Mike, because that's something the Bills have also employed in the last couple of years. Matt Milano got this, and Knox could be someone that's maybe in the same boat.
Yeah, that makes sense. He's got some void years, so there's some cap kind of sitting there they want to work with. If you outright release him, you're going to have to take that on and then have to re-sign him or do something differently. So they have utilized the pay cut situation kind of nicely, converted some stuff to incentives and kind of hope for the best in that regard. I imagine those conversations are happening right now behind the scenes with a couple of players, but he's definitely the one. You're right. It could go any way in any direction, but something's got to give with a contract that's just too expensive right now for a player of his worth.
How about the conversations about market value for the 2 free agents, the 2 big free agents the Bills have? On the offensive line, it's Connor McGovern and David Edwards. For age curves, for centers, for guards, how expensive do you expect those 2 deals to get?
Yeah, they're big numbers. I know this is kind of surprising some people, but that interior offensive line has just exploded in terms of both usage and obviously what it costs to keep them. So we've got David Edwards at about $20 million right now, which is about second tier for guards, and Connor McGovern's about $16 million, again, second tier for centers. And I think we're going to see the center market go over $20 million this year with Tyler Lindenbaum in Baltimore. So it's just a going rate to pay above average offensive linemen, which they've been for this team, and that's what it looks like on the open market right now. So it's expensive. I don't expect both to be back, Jeremy, but I think you can probably make a decision on one of those at about that price.
Right, $20 million being second tier for a guard sounds wild. And that, with Osiris Torrance needing an extension at some point, too, if you were forecasting out kind of what the Bills will end up doing there, make more sense to wait for now because Torrance is more likely to get that extension at some point in the next year or maybe even this offseason?
Yeah, you're probably talking to him right now. He's about a $14 million guard in our system right now. So, again, you're bumping up a lot of numbers against each other here. I know Brandon Beane has typically liked to stagger things a little bit, so you're probably waiting on one of those decisions, and if that means you're bringing back, McGovern this year and then doing Torrance's deal next year, that probably works financially for Buffalo.
Is there any move out there, Mike Ginnitti of Spot Track talking salary cap, Bills cap with us? Is there any player or move that you think is maybe under the radar for what they could do, a trade candidate? People are trying to find ways that maybe there's a surprise move or a way to get a blue chipper, and you could trade a player that's under contract that maybe isn't a fit. Is there a kind of a dark horse candidate here?
Yeah, I kind of snuck his name in a little bit. I think there's going to be some chatter about Dawkins, which I know is crazy because you don't want to move a left tackle when you've got a quarterback of Josh Allen's worth. But I just think we're getting to that point in time where flipping that position over is probably at least in consideration. Dawkins is a little bit on the pricier side for the next couple of seasons, and probably we'll be talking about a new contract within the next 18 months. So that's a player you package with a pick and probably bring back either a nice bounty of picks with it or a player of a value you're looking for to fulfill one of his positional needs. So he's kind of the name I'm looking at right now. Other than that, you can get yourself into Keon Coleman conversations and maybe some other players down the road a little bit here. But he's kind of the standout. Could be a massive sort of wow in Buffalo in the next couple of weeks here.
But that would be about draft assets if, in fact, they're making that move. There's not a lot money savings there. Is there a lot?
Yeah. No, there's not. You're only freeing up about $3 million there. So it's more about what you're not going to have to do in the future, right? So you're saving for 2027 in that regard. For
the receiver room, we know Curtis Samuel is about maybe as close to a lock as you can get to save $6 million. Josh Palmer, I was just looking at. Is there any avenue where that would make sense? I mean, they probably want to see if he can get healthy. So I don't think it necessarily has to happen. But if they wanted to open up spaces in their room to try and turn that thing over, it's probably between Palmer and Coleman if they wanted to do it.
Yeah, and Palmer's got about a $5 million guarantee on his salary this season, so you're probably not going to just outright cut him. But can you find a trade partner? Can you retain some of that salary? With some, I think I'm leaning towards you just keep him and hope he's healthy and becomes an integral, WR3 in this roster. But you're right. If they want a roster spot when it comes down to camp situations, maybe he's a late summer move.
I'm looking right now, Mike. Like we've heard in the past how and seen that sometimes to create room, the extension that comes in for a guy and lowers their cap on the short term is an idea, but I don't know. Like I'm looking at the roster right now, and maybe there's a draft point buried in here from the last couple of years, and I don't know. Do you see anybody on this team that makes sense as like that, like extension now to free up a little bit of room for this season?
Yeah, there's one name, but they did draft heavily in that position group, right? It's Oliver, and I know we have kind of a bad taste with the injury stuff with him, but you can easily bump him out about 2 years at about $22 million a year and lower his $24 million cap hit pretty significantly for 2026. So that's one of those kind of win-win moves for both player and team at that point in time, as long as you're focused on keeping him for the next 3 seasons. I know they have drafted a couple of kids behind him recently.
Right, and different defensive scheme. I wonder if they'll want to do that, like what his role is within that. But the void years, we've seen a lot of teams push out money into the future. And are the Bills feeling a little bit of guys that will no longer be on the team this year still counting against their cap because of that?
Yeah, there's a half dozen or so, and if they don't extend any of those players, you're talking about upwards of $25 million of dead cap that's going to convert here. So Milano's over $10 million in that regard. Joey Bosa's at about $7 million. So those two alone, I think, are probably walking out the door here on March 11th in some facet. Are going to leave some significant dead cap. It's just the going rate. It's just how teams are doing business in the league right now. The Browns have about $50 million allocated in that regard, so it's just sort of the way of the world.
Mike, as you do all this with all the teams and their caps, and you can see a team that's in a good space and a team that's in a bad space, and understanding that some teams are trying to win and some teams are trying to rebuild. Does the Bills cap look like a team that has been consistently trying to get over the line and pulling out all the stops to do so?
Yeah, it's a really great question. They definitely have been, and nothing says it more than the year when they, lost 4 captains and purged kind of the roster and then immediately came back aggressively and built themselves into a playoff contender again. That's what you're hoping for, is that you've got an organization that can kind of flip the switch quickly, and they're going to see that happen a lot this year with new schemes left and right. So I do think they've been pushing the gas pedal down in every avenue, including at the trade deadlines. They really have put their best foot forward. It's just, some things stick and some things don't. But you certainly do see teams that don't do that across the league, and we'll have a few more this year.
And one thing we've kind of pointed out on this show a couple times, the way the Bills sign that might be different from other teams, they don't have like 4 guys near the top. It's Josh and then Dawkins, and you're talking $20 million AAVs. They're really kind of light on those. They're a team that backfills in the second tier or lower and middle class contracts in the NFL. Do you feel like that is, I don't know if we're in a spot to say right or wrong approach, but it is a little bit different from a lot of other teams.
I track, how this goes in the playoffs every single year. we just don't have the top paid players in the playoffs, deep into the playoffs, and certainly not in the Super Bowl. In fact, I threw something out last week. The only player who played in the Super Bowl this year who was the highest paid at his position was the punter, Michael Dixon. I'm not saying it's bad business to have the top paid players in football, but I think what you're alluding to is it's better to be deep than top, and I do think that's exactly how it works right now.
Yeah, better maybe. I don't know. I can't decide what's better, but I think you can kind of see in the way the Bills do their books that is something they believe will keep them sustaining is to have a lot of good players. While we might sit here and say you probably have to find another great one somewhere, whether that's the draft, a guy that's not paid much but is giving you value on the draft, because that's something that if you look at their last 5, 6, 7, 8 drafts, even if you have some nice players and players you like, there haven't been that many players wildly outperforming their rookie contracts for this team.
No, you're right. And I think, especially in the wide receiver position, that's something this team could certainly use as some sort of standout alpha. But if you're hitting on above average more than you're not, you're doing well in this league. And I think that's how most teams are looking at it right now.
What about around the league a little bit, Mike? New England going into the offseason, how much more in resources do they have, in your view, than what the Bills have?
Yeah, they certainly have more room. They don't have as many big decisions to make. They're sort of in a really nice spot where they did a ton of dirty work last year, and a lot of it worked out. They've got some questions, right? The Dig stuff, the Christian Barmore stuff, some off-field stuff that may turn some roster over here. But, they're looking for an alpha wide receiver. They're looking for some offensive line to shore up, obviously. But they're in a pretty good spot in terms of how aggressive they're going to need to be this year to come back with the roster that certainly was successful this year.
Would they save money by cutting Diggs if they wanted to do that?
Well, they're going to have to wait till he's suspended so those guarantees fall off the books. But, eventually I think it'll work in their favor.
Okay, right.
All right.
And then lastly, also in the division, Tua and the Dolphins. That contract is massive. If they want to be done with it, can they dump him, or do they have to hold him for a year? What are their options if they want to kind of turn the page?
Yeah, I don't expect them to release him with the $100 million of dead cap. That would be ludicrous, but not crazy, I guess, in the current climate. I think what happens here is they retain some of that salary, and then they find a trade partner. So they're going to have to eat some of it to move on from him, get a late draft pick maybe in that process. But I don't expect him or Kyler Murray to be on the current roster when March 15th or so hits. So I think we're going to get to a point where we're going to see some explosive quarterback trades coming.
All right. Okay. That'll be exciting. Mike Ginnitti of Spot Trek joining us on the Western Hotline. Mike, thanks very much.
My pleasure.
On the Bills and their cap situation and how they build, how they spend. Really, on the draft, isn't that it? Let's look at their last however many draft picks.
Well, you mean why they don't really have extension candidates?
No, all I mean is, for his point about the highest paid player at their position respectively in the Super Bowl was a punter. Right. But what do you have from Seattle? You have a bunch of first-round picks that have yet to get paid. So it can look like, hey, this team is winning and they have a lot of cap space. Well, that's the passage of time. In 2 years, JSN's number will be $38 million. He'll be the same player. What Seattle has is a series of first-round picks that have hit, and that means you have players outperforming their dollar amount. And the Bills, if we went to players that are outperforming what they're paid, let's start the list. Josh, you could say Josh, right?
Sure.
Who's second? Definitely outdoes what their cap number is. Kincaid, when he's on the field, definitely does.
But he doesn't play.
He doesn't play that much. He's hurt a lot, but guys that outperform what they're paid. I didn't prepare this exercise. I'm just kind of thinking of it now. Cole Bishop, okay. It's a good answer. Jordan Poyer this year was a good answer for that because he's paying some. Trey White was one of these answers this year.
Yeah.
Making $1 million. Brandon Cooks is one of those guys this year. Spencer Brown's paid well, but he's a really good right tackle.
Yeah.
The center.
That one might be, but not by much because he is paid.
Right. Where's the guy giving you the incredible surplus on, can you believe this guy makes X amount of dollars? Because he's a first-round pick that is soon to be due a huge contract.
You might be getting there with a couple of guys. I think next year, ask me again in a year, and the list might look a little bit better. Because I think Bishop is definitely going to be on that list.
Okay.
And maybe Hairston and Deion Walker are tracking towards being answers for that. But right now, I think this is because you have a couple of draft classes in a row where that's not really the case. Like, Terrell Bernard is not doing that.
Not anymore. He got signed. He might have been. You make the case that he was.
Right.
You could have made that case for Shakir. Again, some of this is passage of time and where you are in the process of drafting a bunch of players. But
like Benford, you wouldn't say that anymore. Like,
nope, he got paid.
He plays
He
probably
got paid.
right at the level of what he gets paid.
Sure.
Osiris Torrance, maybe, just because he's still on a rookie deal.
Sure.
But none of these, though, are like you mentioned, the JSN number. Maybe all of these guys together would be the equivalent of JSN's benefit to the cap.
Yeah.
Like, you're getting $38 million player from JSN, and he's making, what is he making, $5 million?
Probably.
On a rookie deal. So you're getting like $33 million of value from that. All the guys I just mentioned from the Bills, all of them together might only be about that number.
Right.
And then Seattle's got all their other guys, right? Like Nick Emenwari is probably playing $10 million above what he plays.
Gray Zabel is another one here. Like,
there aren't enough of the guys from the Bills. I think this past draft class has the potential to give you some more of that, but no, it's not like it's a lot of them. I mean, talking about extension candidates too, like I don't know who's up for extension other than Torrance.
And I don't think you have to.
Who are you ready to pay? Like, they just signed their, and I think that could be a good thing, by the way. Like, not having to pay middle of the road, lower level, $8 million linebacker contracts to Terrell Bernard.
Yep.
Like, I don't really think that's a big deal. That's let these guys go on their rookie deals, and then you replace them in the draft again, or you go big.
Yeah. The draft class, the Kincaid, Torrance, Dorian Williams.
Nope.
Dorian Williams, I do think, is an extension candidate because if he's going to pop in this defense, you might want to
see what he does. He still hasn't really ever started.
Okay. I know. But
no, I'm hopeful too.
You might be able to get 2 years something cheap there. I'm just going to kind of put that over there. Dorian Williams, Justin Shorter, Nick Broker, Alex Austin. That's
not on the team.
That's a draft class. Like, that's a spot where, again, you could talk about the guys that you hit and miss on. What a hit gets you is not only a good player, but it gets you surplus on value. And that's where, even if the Bills have drafted good players like a Kincaid and a Torrance, you're just how much over what you're paying them are they giving you?
And your positions, like what, again, like part of the value point here is Jackson Hawes, valuable in the offense, has a role. What does he make on the open market?
$3 million, $2 million.
It's not that much that you're actually gaining
right. It's not
by
a surplus
having him.
To be gained.
But when you look at the more valuable positions, they've drafted T.J. Sanders and Dwayne Carter at defensive tackle. They've drafted Landon Jackson at defensive end. They've drafted Keon Coleman at wide receivers. When you're missing on the positions that cost a lot to replace, that's where you really feel it.
Right.
And at the moment, Carter coming off an injury, he might never give you anything. He might not even make the team. Coleman might never play for them again. And Jackson off an injury and didn't do anything. Sanders might be the one where you're like, all right, fingers crossed, that started to trend up a little bit at the end of the year.
Yeah.
But none of those guys are tracking right now towards, I'm getting real value by having that guy on my roster.
To the point about, like, Jackson Hawes is a good name here, a good point to get to. If you're just drafting on positional value and lottery tickets and what you can get, like you said, like Jackson Hawes has been a solid pick. I bet he's on the team. He might replace Dawson Knox. Lottery tickets in the 5th round. We just mentioned Justin Shorter. Didn't work out. The other receivers that went in the 5th round, pretty good, by the way. Puka was one of those 5th-round receivers. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying you should know Puka's going to be great or if he's here. But what do the Rams get out of Puka? They get the top 2 receiver in football. You know what his cap number was for them this year? $1 million. Mm-hmm. That's insane. Soon, that will cost them $42 million a year.
Right.
But that's what the draft gets you. It's not just you're going to get good players. This is where you're finding your value. This is your argument against like trading up everybody for one player. I get it. And it's always been one of the points about why they should be drafting receivers. If they had drafted 3 receivers over the last 3 years, you would have cap hits all less than 2 instead of 11 and 9, and you would just have more money to spend because that's a position where you are likely to get a big surplus if you hit.
Even that, though, like, it's funny. This is kind of how the league works, like how important it is to nail a pick, especially at a position like that. Like Justin Jefferson, for instance. Justin Jefferson is going into his age 27-year-old season.
Mm-hmm.
He's been on the Vikings for how long?
Oh,
6 years? Last year was the first time in his career his cap hit was more than $10 million. And you know what the number was? 15.
Yeah.
$15 million in his 6th year with the team.
What a hit.
At 26 years old. Only this year, almost a decade in, are they going to feel it at $38 million.
Right.
Like, even after you extend them, you don't feel it for a couple of years. And that's where I think you really feel, again, missing on critical positions like receiver, defensive end. You want to group defensive tackle in with that. I guess you could too.
Right. That's a good point. Like, right. It's and if you view it
like
that way,
JSN will get the big money maybe this offseason.
And he'll be paid.
When will Seattle finally get a big cap hit with
in
him?
4 years, 3 years.
Yeah, like you really, it's the league is designed for you to take advantage forever on these guys.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. It's to me, it's
Josh
one.
Palmer.
It's one of the reasons trading up should be. I know we're just sitting here saying the value of picks and surplus is great. But one of the reasons you should trade up, maybe you feel like you can't know that this defensive end or this whatever is gonna be great. You can't know that. But at the same time, if you are right, boy, the savings. How about the savings the Texans are getting on Will Anderson? I know he's 3rd overall, but man, you just get a player on a contract that's going to save you how much money per year? It's nuts to think about that way. So, nail your draft picks. Will Anderson's cap hit, his cap number is bigger because he's the number 2 overall pick. It was $9 million this year. But if he's a free agent and he signs, what's he worth? 46.
Yeah.
And on the open market, he's passing Garrett by the time he gets signed again after this upcoming season. 803-0550. Our thanks to Mike Ginnitti. 8 o'clock, we'll get more on the Olympic tournament, and we'll try, I guess, maybe we'll wait until the gold medal game to find the answer to this question because the internet does not know the answer. We have something the internet does not know the answer to, and that is, what is the gold medal overtime format? I've got 5 places telling me 3-on-3 and 5 places telling me 5-on-5 and some places being ambiguous. Good times.
I got some Olympic trivia for you later.
Olympic trivia. All right, I'm into that. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 on WGR. I'm thinking about the deadline. I'm thinking a lot about the deadline and teams that might be selling. I mean, there are big ideas. They are a buyer for the first time. Well, they're a real buyer for the first time in over a decade. There was the one year that Bottrell decided they were going to be like a fake buyer when they traded for like Wayne Simmons at the deadline when they were 9 points out of a playoff spot. I think that maybe is the meaningful games in March quote that gets referenced. They traded for guys because they wanted to have meaningful games in March, even though they were like 10 points out of a playoff spot. So other than that, they haven't been I don't think, a legitimate buyer since they last made it. Right? What's their last like real buying deadline move? Brad Boyes.
Other than again that like they trade for Wayne Simmons, but it was fake.
Rafi Torres, Brad Boyes. Like that timeline.
Those guys, right? The Dominic Moore era. Maybe he came after them.
Rafi Torres to me feels like the biggest one.
Well, he was the last one they made when they made the playoffs. So I'm assuming that is either the one or like one.
Yeah,
before.
that's 2010.
Right.
They traded for a guy that had scored 19 goals in 60 games. He had scored more goals. I think Torres scored more goals than anybody that was moved at the deadline that year. And then he came to Buffalo and scored 0 goals.
Never scored. Never scored for the team.
And then went to Vancouver and scored 14 the next. Like, it's just, looking at its page, it's funny. It's 19, over with 2 different teams. 19, Columbus, 19. No, that would have been the same year. 14, 15, and then just a cup of coffee with the Sabres, 0. No goals. The only team he didn't score with. Anyway.
And those are not massive deadline moves where like you're the story of the day. And there are players they could trade for at the deadline where that would be the case. Like if they got one of the Blues guys, the Blues are 15 points out of the playoffs right now. Like they're going to sell. Maybe they're going to blow it up. And if you're the team that goes out and trades for Jordan Kyrou at the deadline, then guess who the deadline's about? Did you see what the Sabres did?
Yeah.
They went out and traded for a 30-goal scorer, a perennial 30-goal scorer. That's 27 years old. And he's going to be this year and beyond. Like that level of move, they haven't done in my lifetime.
Mike Ginnitti of Spot Track joining us on the Western Hotline. The biggest restructure candidates for the Bills is Dawson Knox. I feel like he's the one where everything is available, whether it's cut or trade or restructure or pay cut. Let's talk about the pay cut idea, Mike, because that's something the Bills have also employed in the last couple of years. Matt Milano got this, and Knox could be someone that's maybe in the same boat.
Yeah, that makes sense. He's got some void years, so there's some cap kind of sitting there they want to work with. If you outright release him, you're going to have to take that on and then have to re-sign him or do something differently. So they have utilized the pay cut situation kind of nicely, converted some stuff to incentives and kind of hope for the best in that regard. I imagine those conversations are happening right now behind the scenes with a couple of players, but he's definitely the one. You're right. It could go any way in any direction, but something's got to give with a contract that's just too expensive right now for a player of his worth.
Couple of Bills signings per our own Sal Capaccio. According to the NFL transaction wire, the Bills have signed cornerback Shane Buechele and wide receiver Jalen Virgil to free agent contracts. Neither were under contract to other clubs, so they were free to sign with any team before the March 11th new league year. Around the NFL, Ravens hired assistant special teams coach Anthony Levine as their special teams coordinator. New Raiders coach Clint Kubiak said he will call plays for the Raiders. And right tackle Rob Havenstein retired from the NFL after 11 seasons. The Sabres are off until the 25th. Two Sabres are in action in the next 2 days in the Olympics as they roll on. Rasmus Dahlin and Team Sweden in action against Italy today at 3:10. And tomorrow, Tage Thompson and Team USA see their first action against Latvia at 3:10. Some headlines from Team USA. Corey Dropkin and Corey Thies will take home silver in mixed doubles curling after a close contest against Sweden. Thies made history as the first American woman to earn an Olympic medal in curling, and USA women's hockey demolished rival Canada. They swept all 4 preliminary round games by a combined score of 20-1. A gold medal ranking update. Norway still on top, 12 total medals, 6 of them gold. Switzerland did jump up to second with 7 total medals and 4 gold. Germany and Sweden still tied, but for third now with 6 total medals, 3 of them gold. Team USA in fifth with 8 total medals, 2 gold, 4 silver, and 2 bronze. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I think you should be put in a loony bin. A loony bin. Like straight to the psych ward. If you're willing to give up 2027 compensation for 2026.
Todd McShay, talking about this draft, asked if the Raiders would entertain a trade out of the first pick for Fernando Mendoza, the idea being that next year's draft, especially at quarterback, is thought to be a lot better. A better quarterback class next year. And there he is saying, if you are someone that's trading into that spot for Mendoza and giving up a first in 2027, you're nuts. Looney bin. That you'd rather have a 2027 first than a 2026 first. And I thought about that, like how the Bills were, the report was they had offered a 2027 first to Miami, and Miami wanted it this year, and the deal for Jalen Waddle might have fallen apart on that. That's what the reports were at the time. But anyway, if 2027 draft capital is so much more valuable than 2026 draft capital because this draft is not thought to be that good, and this is something I just saw Adam Schefter talking about as well, there's a little bit of a belief that the free agency class is weak and that the draft class, something to consider. Looney bin.
I guess that would mean you're thinking, I'm going up to get a guy that next year would fall, that the caliber of that player would fall to me at 26.
Right.
27. I'm going to go up and get Makai Lemon. When that idea, I guess it's going to be positional, though. Is that true of every position?
It's not.
Is it true of receiver? Because that looney bin comment would tell me
quarterback.
You think quarterback.
I think looney bin is about quarterback.
Because I don't think it's, well, next year you're going to have a Makai Lemon at the end of the first round. And that's why you shouldn't do that.
Yeah, I don't know.
And I don't know that that's true.
It's funny, the way classes work, I saw all day yesterday as we're getting top 100s and pre-combine top 100s and this and that. And there's a Dane Brugler who has 17 receivers in the top 100. Now, that could be two things, right? That could be there are 17 receivers worthy of being in the top 100, or it could be the class isn't that good. So I've got 17 receivers in this top 100. I also saw Matt Miller at NFL Draft Scout. Wide receiver talent is really, really deep. We're going to see a ton of wideouts in the top 75 picks. So whether it's that or I think Field Yates yesterday said wide receiver, linebacker, and safety are the three positions he likes the most in this class. Like, okay, those are three needs I think the Bills have, so that's good news. But we'll see. You want to hear I had an insane let's get stupid idea that I actually put out to my Dynasty League. So yesterday, Adam Schefter also reported the NFL is there's going to be a team that pushes for the ability to trade 5 years in advance. Right now, the cap is 3.
Yep.
So you could trade your first-round pick in 5 years. There's a league that wants to do that. And I, after the show yesterday, thought, like, I've got an idea for Dynasty Fantasy Football. You out there in your leagues, you can take this if you want it. It's a bit of a, we're going to introduce some chaos to the league. And it's just this. In years ending in 5 and 0, so every 5 years.
It's already ridiculous.
You like it?
It's already ridiculous.
Is it?
5 and 0. Okay.
We're 5 years away. So in leagues ending in 5 and 0, just like there's a draft lottery, there will be a random shuffling of ownership of first-round picks. You don't have your first-round pick. It's 5 years out. Run the wheel, shuffle them. You have my pick.
It's a shuffle year.
It's a shuffle draft. It's a random draft instead of a standings-based draft every 5 years. But you know it's coming. It's 5 years out. Like, oh, heads up, this is a shuffle year. Come on, in curling, we got power plays. Lots of sports introduce there's going to be a different format. If you know it's coming, that's just part of the game. So, every 5 years, a shuffle of the draft picks. So now I know in 2030, I've got Joe's first-round pick. How am I?
5 years out. Oh, you're not waiting 5 years to do the shuffle.
No, you know ahead of time.
You do it 5 years ahead.
5 years ahead of time. Like right now, we do 2030. And then after that 2030 draft, we would shuffle 2035. We're all, of course, going to live this long and be in this Dynasty League forever. But the idea would just be no one owns their own pick every 5 years. The chaos draft.
What kind of support was this met with in your league?
People liked it.
Really?
It's 5 years out. And whose pick would you want, right? Like in your own Dynasty League, think, oh, I got the team who's in last place. Well, in 5 years, who knows?
You might not be in last.
Over the course of time, I'm going to treat that like I own a stock, and maybe I will trade it away. Maybe I won't trade it away. Maybe I get lucky.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a way to introduce a little bit of chaos into a dynasty league. I have a lot of leagues I'm a commissioner of, Joe. I have to think of these ideas to make things interesting. Like, for instance, in the Guillotine League, I have that double cut week.
Yes.
Thanksgiving, 2 teams get cut. That's not something that's standard in Guillotine, but people seem to like it.
That's not nuts, though.
It's not nuts.
This is
crazy.
What was the phrase from earlier? Looney bin?
Looney bin.
This is approaching that. It's approaching that.
All right, you don't like it. It's fine.
I would not leave the league over it, or not join a league over it.
It got support. I don't think it'll actually go into effect, but it got support.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I would do anything. You're in a draft, what, next week? Your February league?
We did it last weekend.
You had a draft
this
already.
past weekend, yes.
Yeah, I need some
You
drafts.
think that's crazier?
No.
I did get 3 rookie wide receivers.
Who'd you get?
Carnell Tate, Omar Cooper, and Zachariah Branch.
Not bad.
3 rookie receivers all along the way. Don't know who they're going to play for. Can I trade for my first-round pick back after the shuffle?
Sure. If you're a coward, I would like to trade this pick I have. I'd like my own pick back. Why? How good are you going to be in 5 years?
Mm-hmm. Well, then, because what's funny is, especially because it's Dynasty, you're not just rooting against someone for 1 year. Like if you swap picks. So, like sometimes that happens. I've done that.
Yeah.
Like we'll swap first. So kind of a bet against each other. This would be, I have Owen's first round pick in 5 years.
In 2030.
I'm rooting against him for all 5 years.
Yes.
He drafts.
Maybe you make a trade with him, like a poison pill trade. Like I think this.
He drafts Carnell Tate in the rookie draft. Like,
yeah, 5 years from now, what's that going to look like?
Don't like that. Don't like that.
I saw a mock yesterday with Tate falling to 20. So who knows? There's a lot to figure out.
He's not like a surefire.
No.
He's great. He's a great prospect.
He's a great prospect. He's specifically something the Bills could use.
He's not on the level of a prospect that Harrison and Neighbors were a couple years ago.
No, I don't think so.
He's probably like just one step below that. Maybe he's where like a Dunze was though. That level?
Maybe. There's so much to figure out. Like this time of the draft, you get your pre-combine boards, and the combine happens, and pro days, and as it always works, like the premium positions kind of filter towards the top.
True.
Years where there's a couple good quarterbacks. Oh, now there's 5 going in the top 12.
There are those out there, though, that would argue that this is the clearest time that we have on the draft because we haven't been poisoned yet by the combine and interviews and
That's right.
all of that. And right now, what are you going on right now? Tape.
Yep, that's right.
And that's it. Tape and numbers.
Tape and numbers, the combine
But
will
not everybody approaches that way. We had Chris Trapasso, and Chris Trapasso, he heavily brings into effect like what happens at the combine. How you test.
And he wants Casey Concepcion for the Bills. And Chopin the Bulldog had a guy on yesterday that said he's who?
Diggs.
On the field, he's Diggs?
Yep.
That seems like a good idea. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Edge, of course, like linebacker, edge, safety. It'll be a busy, busy year. And Schefter out here saying that more trades. He expects more trades. Whenever he's asked about like league trends, he's not, I don't think he's wrong on those. Don't forget it was right before all the coaches got hired. He said, I feel like it'll all be done by Wednesday. And then all of it was done by Wednesday. I think he said that on Sunday, the week that Joe Brady got the job. And once Joe Brady got the job, everything kind of filled in pretty quickly.
Yep.
So he says more trades this offseason because of the draft class and because of the free agency class. 803-0550, our number. You can give us a ring. The men's hockey starts at 10:40 today. And Team USA, Team Canada, they both play their games tomorrow. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. So, all right, let's talk salary cap for the Bills, Mike, and what the Bills can do, should do, how much room there is. Sometimes you see at the end of a season a team is in the red. They're on the wrong side of the salary cap, and it can be very, very bad. But not all numbers are created equal, right? Some teams have more flexibility than others. So, in terms of the league, where do the Bills look like they're at in terms of how much they could move around to create space? How tight will the offseason be?
Right, so they're definitely going to start in the red here. And, about a quarter of the league is going to be in the red, at least to get into this first couple weeks of February. But for the most part, these teams have figured this out. They're okay with sort of limping into this, understanding that there's conversions to be made, as you're alluding to here. and they'll be perfectly healthy by the time we get to March 11th. Every year's different. Buffalo was extremely aggressive, both adding and subtracting last offseason, as you know. This one, I wouldn't expect it to be that aggressive, but you do have some bigger decisions to make, which can certainly help from a cap perspective. And, you start with players like Dawson Knox and maybe a Deion Dawkins conversation, which could really open up some significant room. But look, you can get yourself to a point of positive 30 fairly quickly before you're getting to March 9th when you're talking to other free agents. So, you can swing about $40 million of cap right now, really without doing too much damage to the current financial roster.
$40 million, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And $40 million, of course, like for people that understand the cap as well, that doesn't mean you can only sign $40 million worth of AAV. That's right. Your cap hits come in for about 40 or less. So if you wanted to swing a trade for Maxx Crosby, you create the $40 million, you go sign him, his cap hit, or you go trade for him, his cap hit is 30, but then you can move that money also. Like how easy is a Crosby trade for any team out there right now based on his contract and how his number might look?
Really easy for the Raiders. I mean, they put that thing in a situation where they're basically taking no cap on to move him, so it's all about what they can add. You're looking at, though, about a $30 million cap hit to acquire him. Obviously, you can move that around once he's in the house, and maybe a new contract comes with that trade, but he's easily the top trade target, both from football and for business reasons, sitting out there right now.
I'm thinking about the deadline. I'm thinking
a lot about the deadline and teams that might be selling. I mean, there are big ideas. They are a buyer for the first time. Well, they're a real buyer for the first time in over a decade. There was the 1 year that Bottrell decided they were going to be like a fake buyer when they traded for like Wayne Simmons at the deadline when they were 9 points out of a playoff spot. I think that maybe is the meaningful games in March quote that gets referenced. They traded for guys because they wanted to have meaningful games in March, even though they were like 10 points out of a playoff spot. So other than that, they haven't been I don't think, a legitimate buyer since they last made it, right? What's their last like real buying deadline move?
Brad Boyes.
Other than, again, that like they trade for Wayne Simmons, but it was fake.
Rafi Torres, Brad Boyes. Like that timeline?
Those guys, right? The Dominic Moore era. Maybe he came after them.
Rafi Torres, to me, feels like the biggest one.
Well, he was the last one they made when they made the playoffs, so I'm assuming that is either the one or like one before.
That's 2010.
Right.
They traded for a guy that had scored 19 goals in 60 games. He had scored more goals. I think Torres scored more goals than anybody that was moved at the deadline that year. And then he came to Buffalo and scored 0 goals.
Never scored. Never scored for the team.
And then went to Vancouver and scored 14 the next. Like, it's just, looking at its page, it's funny. It's 19 over with two different teams. 19, Columbus, 19. No, that would have been the same year. 14, 15, and then just a cup of coffee with the Sabres, 0. No goals. The only team he didn't score with. Anyway.
And those are not massive deadline moves where like you're the story of the day, and there are players they could trade for at the deadline where that would be the case. Like if they got one of the Blues guys, the Blues are 15 points out of the playoffs right now, like they're going to sell, maybe they're going to blow it up. And if you're the team that goes out and trades for Jordan Kyrou at the deadline, then guess who the deadline's about? So, did you see what the Sabres did?
Yeah.
They went out and traded for a 30-goal scorer, a perennial 30-goal scorer that's 27 years old. And he's going to be this year and beyond. Like that level of move they haven't done in my lifetime.
All right, Jeremy and Joe, we'll get some hockey in. Top of the hour, Paul Hamilton going to check in. He has a piece up at our website, WGR550.com, about Tage and Rasmus Dahlin playing for their respective teams. Dahlin plays today with Team Sweden. They'll play Italy, the host nation. Bill is up next. Hey, Bill, good morning.
Morning. How are you, gentlemen?
Good.
Hey, with interesting take with Jim Leonard, coming in as defensive coordinator, and he's very aggressive, young, good. Do you see him running a true 3-4 most of the time, like almost like a nickel defense, like he's done in the past, very prominently?
I have no idea. I mean, I've seen a little bit of debate about how 3-4, 4-3, it's not quite as binary as you pick one of the two. A lot of these defenses today do a lot of different things. But, the Leonard defensive line alignments, odd fronts, will definitely be different than what the Bills have done in the past. But traditional 3-4, I think, is a bit too big of an umbrella term from everything I read from, the smart people, the film watchers. Right.
Well, the reason I'm asking is because, one Bills Live yesterday, I think it was the take on who they'll take, and there's more. Everyone's aching for them to take a wide receiver, but you can acquire a wide receiver in free agency. I don't know I'm not a cap expert or anything like that, but with a player like C.J. Allen available, don't you take that player? Although everyone wants offenses, the defense is aching too.
Yeah, I mean, sure. They don't have to take a receiver with their first pick, and they could take a linebacker, they could take an edge rusher, they could take a safety, they could take lots of different things. The problem I run into with the idea of free agent receiver is I don't know where that value is. We just had a conversation about where are the players on this team that are delivering above their value. And they need successful draft picks to deliver for that. With receiver, I've got so much money tied up now in Shakir and Palmer, and I know that's only 2. But
it was 3.
It was 3 when you had Samuel. Am I going to do another one for big money? You could. There's a lot of different ways to do this. Would you rather pay $18 million for a receiver and draft your defensive player in the first round, or flip it around? What will get me more? And it's one of the reasons I always lean receiver is it gets expensive. The position gets so expensive for guys that are just guys, more so than most positions.
Right. If you wanted to sign one of the top linebackers on the market, Quincy Williams. I don't know if he fits at all.
Okay.
But he's the third highest projected rate for a contract that I see for linebackers. What does he cost? $9 million.
Right. Whereas,
so it would be.
Is he Alec
you want to
Pierce's?
spend just on those two? Would you rather spend a first-round pick on a receiver and spend $9 million on one of the top linebackers, or would you rather draft C.J. Allen in the first round and sign
Alec Pierce?
Alec Pierce, who's the third-ranked receiver, at $20 million?
Right.
Twice the amount of money. So
the position just very expensive.
Right, and you could, if you want to compare it to edge rusher, maybe it's not that different, right? Because if you make it Trey Hendrickson, then it changes.
Right.
Because now the receiver position isn't more expensive because I'm spending $30 million on an edge rusher. But at the same time, there is no receiver free agent that I would say is as high a level player as Trey Hendrickson is.
Yeah, a lot of different ways to get there. And
unless Mike Evans becomes available.
Ultimately, what's the right way? It's a great question. There are probably 10 different roads they can take, and that's what they're figuring out right now. The other thing is, as this offseason goes, what should the expectation be? Are we at Super Bowl or bust, or are we at new coaching staff that we should expect growing pains? Is it both?
You fired the last guy
because he wasn't good enough, because you felt like
for the playoff wall.
You felt like you should be doing better.
Right.
So
growing pains to me would be unacceptable.
A little bit. You want to kind of say did this. We thought this was holding us back.
Right.
And
getting us over the edge, Allen is 30. To me, growing pains, if it is consolidated to the beginning of the regular season, fine. But not the season as a whole.
No on the job training in the playoffs.
No, definitely not. You got to have it all figured out and ready to go by then, and you got to have veterans and better players. And to me, growing pains would be reserved for the first couple weeks.
One quick thing on the Bills I had a thought yesterday, and maybe this will be a fun conversation. We got Paul coming up next. We'll get to more football. Who is the number one threat in the AFC to them? If they're even considered
the Bills.
Who's the number one threat in the AFC next year? You have an immediate
Baltimore.
Baltimore is your answer.
Yes.
Okay.
Baltimore. Yeah, I'm going back to who's the most dangerous quarterback to me. And With Mahomes hurt and not knowing what that'll look like, I'm going with the Ravens.
I think I'm done with.
They're doing the same thing the Bills are.
I'm done with Baltimore until Lamar Jackson plays 11 consecutive games. I just made that number out of my head, but I'm done with them until he's going to stay healthy. He's Kincaid. He's good and he's not on the field. Like, get healthy, stay healthy.
Yeah, last year was that, and 2022 was that. The 2 years in between, he was healthy.
Okay. I think
he won MVP and then almost won MVP again.
Yeah.
No, you're right. Like it's a coin flip though, right? I'm gonna flip a coin. Comes up heads, he's the MVP of the league. If it comes up tails, he's gonna be playing hurt and missing games, and they're gonna miss the playoffs. Like that's why I think Allen over Jackson right now, because Allen doesn't have that problem that Jackson does.
My knee-jerk answer to this, and again, like this will change over the course of the offseason, but my knee-jerk reaction to this is the team that the afternoon guys ranked number 2 in the reverse AFC power rankings. The Bills 1, and number 2 is?
Who did they rank? Denver?
Jacksonville.
The Jags, of course.
I think Jacksonville has
I've already bet on the Jags.
The cleanest road to just being good again.
Yeah.
With the Bills. And maybe New England. Like New England's going to add reinforcements. Anyway, 803-0550. Paul on the other side, your phone calls as well. Bill, thanks for the phone call. Excited to see what Jim Leonard's defense ultimately looks like and how it builds and who they add. They'll have to add a lot of pieces. There's no doubt about that. Jeremy and Joe, more from the Olympics, and Paul Hamilton next. I'm thinking about the deadline. I'm thinking a lot about the deadline and teams that might be selling. I mean, there are big ideas. They are a buyer for the first time. Well, they're a real buyer for the first time in over a decade. There was the 1 year that Bottrell decided they were going to be like a fake buyer when they traded for like Wayne Simmons at the deadline when they were 9 points out of a playoff spot. I think that maybe is the meaningful games in March quote that gets referenced. They traded for guys because they wanted to have meaningful games in March, even though they were like 10 points out of a playoff spot. So other than that, they haven't been I don't think, a legitimate buyer since they last made it, right? What's their last like real buying deadline move? Brad Boyes.
Other than, again, that like they trade for Wayne Simmons, but it was fake.
Rafi Torres, Brad Boyes. Like that timeline.
Those guys, right? The Dominic Moore era. Maybe he came after them.
Rafi Torres to me feels like the biggest one.
Well, he was the last one they made when they made the playoffs. So I'm assuming that is either the one or like one.
Yeah,
before.
That's 2010.
Right.
They traded for a guy that had scored 19 goals in 60 games. He had scored more goals. I think Torres scored more goals than anybody that was moved at the deadline that year. And then he came to Buffalo and scored 0 goals.
Never scored. Never scored for the team.
And then went to Vancouver and scored 14 the next. Like, it's just, looking at its page, it's funny. It's 19 over with 2 different teams. 19, Columbus, 19. No, that would have been the same year. 14, 15, and then just a cup of coffee with the Sabres, 0. No goals. The only team he didn't score with. Anyway.
And those are not massive deadline moves where like you're the story of the day. And there are players they could trade for at the deadline where that would be the case. Like if they got one of the Blues guys, the Blues are 15 points out of the playoffs right now. Like they're going to sell. Maybe they're going to blow it up. And if you're the team that goes out and trades for Jordan Kyrou at the deadline, then guess who the deadline's about? So, did you see what the Sabres did?
Yeah.
They went out and traded for a 30-goal scorer, a perennial 30-goal scorer that's 27 years old. And he's going to be this year and beyond. Like that level of move they haven't done in my lifetime.
The hockey gets started today. All-time best-on-best Olympic memories. Could you name more than 3 or 4? The Olympic memories, of course, like the Miracle on Ice. You've got Hasek winning with the Czech Republic. That's an incredible one. Goes to a shootout. They beat Canada. I can remember watching that.
They didn't put Crosby out, or excuse me, Canada didn't put Gretzky out there, right?
Sure.
Was a part of that story.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I remember that one. Crosby beats Miller.
Yep.
What else? Like, are other
TJ Oshie.
TJ Oshie. We just talked about that one the other day.
Yep. TJ Oshie is definitely on that list. I mean, shouldn't we have more Miller memories from 2010? He won MVP.
Yeah, he played great.
But my problem with that, and this has always been an annoyance with me with, maybe it's the Olympics I should blame for it, is I've never seen highlights of it. They don't exist. Like, the Olympics don't produce them. They don't give the NHL the rights to them. Even, when I watch the Hasek documentary, a huge part of his career and his story is winning that gold medal with the Czech Republic in 1998. There's no highlights because they're not allowed to use them. It's you put a couple photographs up of him winning because that's all you have the rights to. So maybe that's why I don't have a lot of Miller memories from those games and other matchups other than, they beat Canada, didn't they, in the group stage? I think they beat Canada earlier in that tournament. Maybe I'm wrong on that. But again, like, I've never seen a highlight of it. So all I know is this, like, lore that it's like almost a myth at this point. Like, he was incredible at the Olympics, but I've never seen it happen since it happened. So in that way, I guess I'm missing those. But I don't have anything else. Like, did anything happen at the 2006 Olympics that I remember? Or the 2002? I mean, 2002 I'm 7, so I probably wouldn't anyway.
2002 is Salt Lake.
2002 is Salt Lake.
Okay.
The U.S. was really bad that time, wasn't it?
Yes, and Canada beat them. That one, I remember that. I remember a little bit about that one. There's a play where a pass comes and Lemieux lets it go through him to the guy that's down the left side of the wing.
Couple of Bills signings per our own Sal Capaccio. According to the NFL Transaction Wire, the Bills have signed cornerback Shane Buechele and wide receiver Jalen Virgil to free agent contracts. Neither were under contract to other clubs, so they were able to sign anywhere with any team before March 11th, the new league year. Around the NFL, Ravens hired assistant special teams coach Anthony Levine as their special teams coordinator, and new Raiders coach Clint Kubiak said he will call plays for the Raiders. Sabres are off until the 25th. 2 Sabres in action in the next 2 days in the Olympic Games as they roll on. Rasmus Dahlin and Team Sweden in action against Italy today at 3:10. And tomorrow, Tage Thompson and Team USA see their first action against Latvia at 3:10. Some headlines from Team USA. Corey Dropkin and Corey Thies will take home silver in mixed doubles curling after a close contest against Sweden. Thies made history as the first American woman to earn an Olympic medal in curling. And USA women's hockey demolished rival Canada. They swept all 4 preliminary round games by a combined score of 20-1. And a gold medal ranking update. Norway on top still with 12 total medals, 6 of them gold. Switzerland jumps up to second with 7 total medals, 4 of them gold. Germany and Sweden tied for third with 6 total medals, 3 of them gold. And Team USA in fifth with 8 total medals, 2 gold, 4 silver, and 2 bronze. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Olympic tournament preview. Paul Hamilton joining us on the Western Hotline as the men's games get started today on the hockey side. You've got Sweden playing host country Italy later this afternoon.
Good luck.
Czechia and Finland at 10:40. Yeah, 10:40.
Good luck to Italy.
Good luck to Italy against Sweden. Paul, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
We're all right. Been watching the women play as well, and Team USA took apart Canada yesterday. It was quite a dominant performance. We'll see if the men can do the same. But on the women's side, Paul, I don't know if how much of that game you caught, but it was not close, and it was also not unexpected.
Yeah, especially with Canada without their best player. Their captain was injured, and it might have been a little bit closer, but I don't think the result would have changed, even if she had played. So, not unexpected at all. It was a pretty one-sided contest. I remember the shots at one time, I think were 19-9. Canada just couldn't really muster anything at the United States net, and made it a pretty easy game for their goaltender.
So they're a heavy favorite now for the rest of the tournament. We'll see. The men's tournament starting today, Paul. Will you watch every game? What will your viewing schedule be like?
No, I'll probably mostly watch Sweden, the U.S., and Canada. I'll probably stick with those three as we go along. So unless one game really pops out that it's going to be a big game or something like that.
Saying nothing of like why they're out, but Russia's being omitted from this and not being a factor here. Does it feel like a 3-team tournament to you?
Yeah, well, Finland is the defending champs, but don't forget defending champs without NHL players.
Right.
Mm-hmm. But even with NHL players, Finland just seems to hang in there, and even though they don't have the same talent, but it's unfortunate the fans don't get to see Ovechkin and Kucherov and Kaprizov and Panarin and Vasilevsky and those guys in, but it's not for us to decide when it comes to that.
Right.
Yeah, Finland not having Barkov too. You're right. They always do seem to hang around and be competitive. They won silver in 2006.
Right.
But missing your number one center,
Yep.
That's tough to come back from.
Do you remember the first?
Paul, you've got a piece up at our website. You had a chance to speak with both Rasmus Dahlin and Tage Thompson before they left. The Sabres had their Olympic send-off night, and here we go. Let's start with Dahlin, who he's been obviously like a big name in Swedish hockey, and they've got their superstars over here in the U.S. I can think back to the Sabres going to Sweden, right, to play games over there and the international program. Like, Dahlin's place with Team Sweden, I feel like we've wanted to see him have a bigger role in the past, and whether it's not getting the credit he deserves because the Sabres have not exactly been a good team, do you get the sense that he is starting to maybe on a higher level get that level of recognition that he's deserved probably for much longer than he's gotten it?
I didn't like the way they used him in the Four Nations at all. I mean, he didn't play any special teams, and they just continued to put Carlson out there. Carlson killed him. Carlson is a one-trick pony. He's an offensive guy, always has been, and he's gotten worse as a defensive type of defenseman. He went out there twice in overtime, played it, I think, I'm going by memory here, I think in the 2 overtimes, played a total of 32 seconds and was responsible for both goals against. And Dahlin never got on the ice, And, Dahlin never got on the power play. Now, all right, I can live with Carlson on the power play. That's what he does. But he didn't kill penalties, and I thought he and Forsling from Florida were one of their best pairs. I thought when he did play, he was one of their best defensemen out there. And I thought played well, but I just thought to myself, does he not get along with the coach? Or what is this? Why is he being used like this?
Yeah, I wondered the same thing. There were games where minutes-wise he was like the 5th defenseman for Sweden. And I wonder if that'll be different now. You mentioned Carlson struggling there. Yesterday, I saw at practice, Carlson maybe was on the number 1 unit, but Dahlin was on the 2nd. And you look at their pairs, Paul, and Dahlin Forsling, I just don't know how that wouldn't be your top pair, especially when Hedman is just coming back from injury. If he had been healthy all year and been playing great, maybe that would feel a little different, but he just got back for Tampa and wasn't playing a ton, so I don't know. I feel like Dahlin should and will is different, but I feel like he should be a guy that's playing 20-plus minutes for them every time they play.
And the Lightning were easing him in. He basically played like a third-pair defenseman against the Sabres right before break. And that, I think a lot of it has to do with age and just coming back from injury. So you would think that that would matter, but didn't matter, as I said, in the last tournament when he and Forsling, I thought, were their best pair.
It's been a long time since they went to the Olympics. Dahlin went as a 17-year-old back when?
And he said it was a mistake.
Yeah.
You know, it was, well, actually, the Olympics were 2018, but don't forget that's February. He got drafted in June.
Yeah.
You know, so
he's 17 years old, the Team Sweden on that team, and like barely played.
Yeah, and he played 2 games, had an assist. He said he didn't really enjoy it. He shouldn't have gone. He said it just he was too young. He said he was too young to be there. Realized it too late, and he goes, it's definitely he'll make this a much different experience for himself than that was.
What do you feel about Sweden's chances overall? Like definitive third, but would you see a gap between the top 2 and them?
Probably, but who knows? Will their goaltenders stand on their head or something? You know, and that's the thing about these tournaments. You have a goaltender who goalies you in one game, you're done. I mean, not in this round, but in the next round, all of a sudden, you outshoot a team 51 to 15, and the other goalie makes 50 saves. What are you going to do? That's the one thing about this tournament, the way it's set up. You know, it's a 1-game deal once you get deeper into it, and you could be the better team, but a goalie can change the whole thing.
That's where the Americans are hoping to win, right, Paul? Is in goal. They have 3 goalies that are very good. Like all 3 might start for Team Canada if they're with Team Canada. You know, these 2 teams, Paul, let's get the Tage's story on the U.S. side of it. The U.S., I don't know if, Joe, you've been referring to them as the favorites. I don't have them as the favorites. I have Canada as the favorite.
They're just below. Like betting odds, they're a very close second.
Okay, so almost co-favorites, but thought to have a great shot to beat Team Canada. As you look at the roster construction, Paul, it looks like Tage will be on the wing. And we've had this conversation about Tage on the wing versus Tage at center with the Sabres for a couple of years. He does very well at center. Early in the year, he was on the wing. How do you like him on the wing for this team? And just in general, how he plays when he's there?
He scored on the wing. I mean, you know, with the Sabres when he's played there. Now this year, he really got going once they put it back at center. But I like who he's playing with Dylan Larkin, the Detroit Red Wings, who's a very good two-way centerman and can help, you know, with a guy like Tage who maybe isn't as good in his own end. Now, the second practice, it was Kyle Connor of the Winnipeg Jets, who was their other winger. And I thought, you know what, I like that line. I think they all complement each other in different ways with the way they play. So now he played a lot with Keller in the World Championship, and that didn't start off well. I mean, Tage wasn't scoring, they weren't scoring. It just didn't mesh, you know, the way that, and then they started shifting the lines around a little bit. He did wind up with Keller again later in the tournament, but by the time he was scoring the golden goal and playing in that game, he wasn't with him anymore. So he has a familiarity with Keller, but I don't think it went as well as it could have. So I like him playing with Dylan Larkin.
And he's rotated with Connor on the other side, Kyle Connor or Jack Hughes. Yeah, I wonder what, because it kind of is a bottom six role, Paul, but that line, you know, it's not your, you know, obviously your typical third line. Like Larkin, Thompson, and Connor, if that ends up being the three, I mean, you got guys that could definitely score goals against anybody.
Yeah, and please don't drive me insane and call him a third line and start numbering lines on Team USA. I mean,
well, but he won't.
We're not numbering lines in the Olympics. I mean,
but they're not going to play as many minutes as those top two. I would be, at least I wouldn't expect Thompson to play like 20.
I think it depends how the lines are playing. If that line's playing better, they'll play more minutes. I mean, because you can, because it is evenly matched lines. So, you know, if that line's going, they'll play more.
What do you think about the decision for Hughes to be a little bit further down on the line with Nelson?
Hughes has dealt with injuries.
Yeah.
You know, this year. Nelson, what is he, 29 goals this year, something like that,
yeah.
I believe. You know, really having a season. Now, how much of his goal scoring is playing with the team he plays for? I mean, he can score goals. There's no question about that, but he's usually not at 29 on February 11th. But you know, he plays on a really good hockey team. And if you're a good goal scorer and you play on a really good hockey team, I mean, if Tage Thompson played on the Colorado Avalanche, I don't think there's any question he'd probably score 50 goals. So, you know, I think that helps. But in Hughes' case, he's just had a tough year when it comes to injuries.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. The U.S. plays tomorrow. Canada plays tomorrow. Rasmus Dahlin and Sweden play today. So, Paul, before we let you go, on the Sabres and at the break here, they had their little, I think Owen wrote about it at the website, called it a speed bump right before the end of the first part of the season. We get this break here, and Jarmo Kekalainen's out there with Team Finland in Italy. 5 games between the return and the trade deadline. Do you expect them, do you think that they will be making some sort of activity? Will there be activity from the Sabres at the deadline if you had to bet?
I would like to see. Now, first of all, approximately 96 points, somewhere in there is the cutoff for playoffs right now. So what does that mean for the Sabres? They have 25 games left. To get to 96 points, they would have to go 13-12. Basically play 500 hockey would get them to 96 points. 14-11 would get them to 98 points. So, they're in good shape. I'm not real concerned about what we saw as far as losing 3 out of 4. I think Kekalainen needs to be looking for a defenseman that can help maybe take some of these minutes off his defensemen. Since January 10th, you're looking at Dahlin playing 25-38. You're looking at Samuelsson averaging 24-14, Byram 23-54, and Power 23-21. That's too much in this schedule. I know they do play better the more they play, especially Dahlin.
They've 15 games in 29 days of March?
Yeah. I just think that's too much for the 4 guys. Not the last game, but I've liked how Bryson and Metz have played, but you can't play them too much. Timmins was playing, 19-14 when he went out. It's really hurt not having him on the penalty kill. The penalty kill has kind of gone down since. But 5-on-5, I wasn't all that extremely impressed with him anyway. He's got to be your number 6 guy. He can't be playing in the top 4 or something like that. I think the Kesselring experiment right now has to maybe be put off till next training camp. I mean, he's told us on the record that he's playing with an injury and will the rest of the season. I just don't think right now they can afford to just let him sit there and search for his game anymore. I think right now I'd have Bryson and Metz ahead of him. And I'd be looking for a rental type of defenseman that you can use that maybe can come in here and take some of those minutes off of the top 4.
Would it matter to you what type of defenseman that would be? Like, would you be thinking bigger body might be better, or does it matter?
I don't think it matters. I think it's just a guy who can defend well and play well and is good in his own end and is good getting the puck out of his own end. And I don't think it has to be a big. I need somebody that can take minutes off. I don't need some guy who can fight or put people through the back wall or somebody like that. I need somebody who can take minutes off that top 4 and not get them into jeopardy or something like that.
All right.
Up front, do you have any preference or ideas of what the Sabres might want to do there? And also, whether a big move would fit at all for them? I don't know if those guys will get traded. The St. Louis forwards get talked about a lot because they're so far down the standings, and it's going to depend if they actually want to blow things up. But do you see a move fitting for this team, Paul, at forward that would cost a lot, first-round pick, prospect level type of package?
Yeah, I would be looking for a top 9 person because they are so thin when it comes to depth there. That a couple of injuries kill them. So I definitely would be looking for somebody in a top 9 situation. Again, if it's as a rental, that's fine. I would have no problem with that. A guy who can help on the power play, although they have scored a power play goal in 6 consecutive games. And it would surprise people to know, I think, that they're 16th in the league on the power play, which is right in the middle. I think people think they're 32nd when they watch the power play.
Sometimes it looks like it.
Yeah. That's why I said I think some people might be surprised to hear that they've scored in 6 consecutive games in 16th. And a face-off guy, I think. If you're really think you're going to do well in the playoffs or whatever, Danforth I know is very good at face-offs, but he's only played 4 games. The broken kneecap, and so if they wound up with a face-off guy, I don't think it would kill him either.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Enjoy the tournament. We'll talk again, recapping some of these games.
Sounds good. Take care.
All right. Team USA tomorrow, Team Canada tomorrow, Team Sweden today at 3:10 p.m. The early game is at 10:40. Czechia and Finland. One quick thought on Team USA. I am one who is excited to watch a player we're supposed to not like anymore. I'm excited to watch my team have him again. He who shall not be named. Is it okay? Is enough time passed?
You can name him.
I'm very excited to watch Jack again and have him be on my team because I enjoyed that thoroughly. The team results, not so much. But watching him be on my team was awesome. And one quick note about the Four Nations. You remember the Four Nations gold medal game?
Yeah.
The thing I remember about that game is that Eichel was out there with McDavid for a lot of the game. And then they went to Matthews, and then McDavid scored the overtime game winner.
Right.
And maybe...
And I think Matthews was the one who lost him in coverage.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like Matthews and Fox kind of got crossed up and left McDavid all alone.
Like, Eichel... can take care of that line.
He's very good at that.
He can do that. Yeah. And he can also, of course, score. But you want to see what you should probably do? I would not make that mistake again.
And Eichel, at this point, like I look at the U.S. roster right now, the lines, what they've done this year in the NHL. Like Matthews, I mean, he's the captain, and I think most would look at him in a broader scope as, well, that's America's best player. That's the U.S. best player. But this year, that has not been true at all.
Yeah.
And I look at the U.S. roster right now and say, I don't even think it's close. I think the best player on Team USA is Eichel. Yeah. He has been all year. He's putting up the numbers for it. And maybe he was this way in Buffalo and we just didn't appreciate it as much. Or maybe he just has gotten leaps and bounds better. But you mentioned like that play. His ability in his own end has gone through the roof. Like he finished 5th in Selke voting last year. Like he has become an all-around dominant center, and I look at a great U.S. group of forwards, and I think right now
he's their best player.
He's their best player.
Yeah.
So Elliot Friedman tweeting out
the best forward. Maybe you want to give Quinn Hughes best player.
Quinn Hughes is incredible.
Their decor as a whole is as maybe one of the best that's ever been assembled.
Friedman tweeting out the lines at Canada's practice. McDavid with Celebrini and Wilson. Crosby with Marner and Stone. McKinnon with Hagel and Reinhart. 2 former Sabres, Hagel and Reinhart. Horvat between Marchand and Suzuki.
Yeah.
Man, those 3 centers down the middle.
The 3-center thing is,
Tom Wilson, though, on top.
I know.
Tom Wilson. That's like a
Zach
U.S.
Hyman.
roster decision.
Yeah, Zach Hyman role for Tom Wilson.
So maybe
Wilson. He's going to score 6 goals because he's on McDavid's wing. And it's going to see, this is why they brought... Anybody could score 6 goals with that guy, but I guess fine.
Wilson's a better player than he gets credit for a lot of the time, but he should not be playing on a line with Connor McDavid.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550.
He's there because the Kachucks are there.
Tom Wilson?
Yeah. Right? He's there because of the Kachucks.
Did Eichel play? Who did he play with at the Four Nations? Was it with the Kachucks?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I bet those are the 2 lines that get matched up. I bet it's Eichel versus McDavid.
That's awesome.
Remember, it should be.
Just real quickly.
It should be the matchup.
Remember that time that McDavid came here and Dan Bilesma put Johan Larsson out for the opening faceoff? It was a good time.
How could I possibly forget?
It was a good time. It was great.
Never forget that one.
It was cool. He didn't get caught up in the moment. Remember that. He didn't get caught up in any.
Then they got scored on.
Yes, it was amazing. It was truly amazing.
He got scored on.
Truly amazing.
On the shift.
Memories. All right. When we get back, NFL.com. Are you ready for this? I've got to. Again, we got a long way to go for the draft. NFL.com has the Bills trading up.
Ooh. How far? I'm excited to find out.
It has the Bills trading up.
How far are they trading up?
It has the Bills trading up for a position we talk about a lot. And I am not that happy about it. We'll tell you about what it is when we get back here on WGR. So, all right, let's talk salary cap for the Bills, Mike, and what the Bills can do, should do, how much room there is. You know, sometimes you see at the end of a season the team is in the red. They're on the wrong side of the salary cap, and it can be very, very bad. But not all numbers are created equal, right? Some teams have more flexibility than others. So, you know, in terms of the league, where do the Bills look like they're at in terms of how much they could move around to create space? How tight will the offseason be?
Right, so they're definitely going to start in the red here, and you know, about a quarter of the league is going to be in the red at least to get into this first couple weeks of February. But for the most part, these teams have figured this out. They're okay with sort of limping into this, understanding that there's conversions to be made, as you're alluding to here, and they'll be perfectly healthy by the time we get to March 11th. every year's different. Buffalo was extremely aggressive, both adding and subtracting last offseason, as you know. This one, I wouldn't expect it to be that aggressive, but you do have some bigger decisions to make, which can certainly help from a cap perspective. And, you start with players like Dawson Knox and maybe a Deion Dawkins conversation, which could really open up some significant room. But look, you can get yourself to a point of positive 30 fairly quickly before you're getting to March 9th when you're talking to other free agents. So, you can swing about $40 million of cap right now, really without doing too much damage to the current financial roster.
$40 million, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And $40 million, of course, like for people that understand the cap as well, that doesn't mean you can only sign $40 million worth of AAV. That's right. Your cap hits come in for about 40 or less. So if you wanted to swing a trade for Maxx Crosby, you create the $40 million, you go sign him, his cap hit, or you go trade for him, his cap hit is 30, but then you can move that money also. Like how easy is a Crosby trade for any team out there right now based on his contract and how his number might look?
Really easy for the Raiders. I mean, they put that thing in a situation where they're basically taking no cap on to move him, so it's all about what they can add. You're looking at, though, about a $30 million cap hit to acquire him. Obviously, you can move that around once he's in the house, and maybe a new contract comes with that trade, but he's easily the top trade target, both from football and for business reasons, sitting out there right now.
Mm-hmm. And it's a nice goal there. The hockey gets started today. All-time best-on-best Olympic memories. Could you name more than 3 or 4? The Olympic memories, of course, like the Miracle on Ice. You've got Hasek winning with the Czech Republic. Mm-hmm. That's an incredible one. Goes to a shootout. They beat Canada. I can remember watching that.
They didn't put Crosby out, or excuse me, Canada didn't put Gretzky out there, right?
Sure.
Was a part of that story.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I remember that one. Crosby beats Miller.
Yep.
What else? Like, are there other...
TJ Oshie.
TJ Oshie, we just talked about that one the other day.
Yep, TJ Oshie is definitely on that list. Shouldn't we have more Miller memories from 2010? He won MVP.
Yeah, he played great.
But my problem with that, and this has always been an annoyance with me with... maybe it's the Olympics I should blame for it, is I've never seen highlights of it. They don't exist. Like, the Olympics don't produce them. They don't give the NHL the rights to them. Even, when I watch the Hasek documentary, a huge part of his career and his story is winning that gold medal with the Czech Republic in 1998. There's no highlights because they're not allowed to use them. You put a couple photographs up of him winning because that's all you have the rights to. So maybe that's why I don't have a lot of Miller memories from those games and other matchups other than... they beat Canada, didn't they, in the group stage? I think they beat Canada earlier in that tournament. Maybe I'm wrong on that. But again, I've never seen a highlight of it, so all I know is this, lore that it's almost a myth at this point. He was incredible at the Olympics, but I've never seen it happen since it happened. So in that way, I guess I'm missing those. But I don't have anything else. Did anything happen at the 2006 Olympics that I remember? Or the 2002? 2002 I'm 7, so I probably wouldn't anyway.
2002 is Salt Lake?
2002 is Salt Lake.
Okay.
The U.S. was really bad that time, wasn't it?
Yes, and Canada beat them. I remember that. I remember a little bit about that one. There's a play where a pass comes and Lemieux lets it go through him to the guy that's down the left side of the wing, and it's a nice goal there.
Couple of Bills signings per our own Sal Capaccio. According to the NFL Transaction Wire, the Bills have signed quarterback Shane Buechele and wide receiver Jalen Virgil to free agent contracts. Neither were under contract to other clubs, so they were free to sign with any team before the March 11th new league year. Around the NFL, new Raiders coach Clint Kubiak said he will call plays for the Raiders, and the Ravens hired assistant special teams coach Anthony Levine as their special teams coordinator. The Sabres off until the 25th. 2 Sabres are in action, though, the next 2 days in the Olympic Games as they roll on. Rasmus Dahlin, Team Sweden, they're in action against Italy today at 3:10. Tomorrow, Tage Thompson and Team USA see their first action against Latvia at 3:10. Our own Paul Hamilton and Brayton Wilson have pieces up on our website previewing the men's hockey tournament, WGR550.com. Some headlines from Team USA from the week so far. Corey Dropkin, Corey Thies will take home silver in mixed doubles curling after a close contest against Sweden. Thies made history as the first American woman to earn an Olympic medal in curling. And the USA women's hockey team demolished rival Canada. They swept all 4 preliminary round games by a combined score of 20-1. A gold medal ranking update still looks the same as earlier. Norway on top with 12 total medals, 6 of them gold. Switzerland jumps to second, 7 total medals and 4 of them gold. Germany and Sweden tied for third with 6 total medals, 3 gold. And Team USA is in fifth, 8 total medals, 2 gold, 4 silver, and 2 bronze. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I think there are a lot of talented guys between that wide receiver 6, wide receiver 16 to 18 range that we will see day 2. I definitely think that if the Bills don't go in round 1 with a receiver, and if it's not Concepcion or Boston, I really don't want them to go round 1 receiver. I do think there will be opportunities on day 2 to get an impact player for the rotation.
Jeff Bell, who was on the afternoon show yesterday, co-host of the Football Guys, wants the Bills to go, if they're going to go receiver, Casey Concepcion or Denzel Boston. Now, NFL.com, how many mock drafts? I mean,
there will be 10,000.
You want to go ahead and like do an analytic study of how much time in my life I'm going to waste in the next 3 months clicking mock drafts? It's going to be out of control. But this headline, how do I not click this one? 3-round mock. Jets load up. Boys replace Parsons. Bills deal for wide receiver. Okay.
Can't not click on that one.
I got to see that one.
Yeah.
You could tell me that Maggie the Macaw did a random thing, right? That's the Hockey Night in Canada thing, Maggie the Macaw. Anyway, or a squirrel. A squirrel had just decided to like randomly, I'm going to watch that if it's the Bills trade up to get a wide receiver. Anyway, they trade up and they get Denzel Boston. They trade up to the 20 spot, number 20 overall, from 26 with the Cowboys, and it costs them a third and a fourth.
So a first, a third, and a fourth for Denzel Boston, basically.
A first, a third, and a fourth for this pick, and they get a sixth.
Okay.
So to slide up 6 spots, you lose a third and a fourth, and you get a sixth. And they take Denzel Boston, who is a junior out of Washington, and big body, 6'4", 210. The next pick is Concepcion to the Steelers. So here's Jeff Bell saying, like, if the Bills are going to make a pick, I don't want them to reach for a receiver unless it's one of these two. Both these guys could be gone. I keep telling you, I think this draft at the receiver position, and again, like, we'll get plenty of time on defensive ends. You know, we'll get closer to who's going to do what and who does what at the combine and the boards. But right now, wide receiver's getting a lot of love. You're seeing 7 in the first round, 6 in the first round, 17 in the top 100. Like over and over again yesterday was a lot of how the class looks like it might be good for depth. Maybe the second round, maybe the third round are the spots. Anyway, they have the Bills going up and getting Denzel Boston. Some people are going to like him. I am going to battle something with Boston specifically because I'm going to spend the whole draft process telling you all, just because a guy is big and strong and plays with his frame doesn't mean he's like Keon Coleman. Coleman, I think, can still have a role, but they miscast him, and I'm afraid now of big-bodied receivers. I'm ready for them to get somebody, can I say small? I want
small and fast.
I want a dynamo more than I want a 6'4", even though I'm sitting here telling you Carnell Tate would be perfect. But I don't know. I want anything. I just want the whole room to look different. And however they get there, I might just end up being at that. If you go back to when the Bills drafted Allen, like people remember, like, you guys didn't like Josh Allen. Like, that's right. I did not.
Correct.
But I definitely liked Josh Allen more than not taking one. It was like, here are the quarterbacks. I like this guy and this guy, not so much this guy. But whatever you do, you have to do this. And when they took Allen, the next morning, it was a lot of like, well, or I like this guy. Who did you like? But they've got their quarterback. Let's see how it goes. And at wide receiver, I feel like I'll do the same thing. We're all going to line up, and I like this guy and this guy. This in 2024, Worthy, I didn't love. Sure, if they go for Worthy, that's okay. Coleman, I didn't love. I mean, some of the guys I liked went early. Some of the guys went late. But whatever. Like, you have to do it somewhere. Maybe they do it in the draft. I'm sorry. Maybe they do it in free agency, and we feel less of a need because they filled the room. They bring back Brandon Cooks, and they add Mike Evans. I don't know. Who knows? But Boston, I'm gonna have to fight against my own bias that he'll make me nervous because he's big, and I'm reading all about how he wins with his frame.
Even though he probably is a better version of Keon Coleman, right? Even if there are similarities, he probably that guess from yesterday. He's a better separator. I don't think that means he's a great separator.
Right, better.
Just because you're better than Coleman at separating doesn't mean you're a great separator.
Right.
But there's some yak ability there as well. And also, the thing that Coleman was sold on coming out of college was that he made these highlight reel contested catches.
Above the rim.
Above the rim. And you look at his last year in college, his contested catch rate was 33%, which ranked 100th in college football that year. Whereas Denzel Boston last year was fourth best in college football, 67%, more than twice as good as Coleman. In the year prior, he ranked 25th at 56%. So the thing that was supposed to be Coleman's specialty, this guy is also better at that, and maybe even is way better at it.
I'll keep an open mind. I'm open to.
I'm not. It's not my favorite receiver move either. Like, of the guys we've talked about, he probably is my least favorite. But I do think on paper he's a better prospect than Keon Coleman was.
I'll get there on anybody.
On anybody?
On anybody.
Any receiver?
I was looking up, you said yak ability, and I was looking up yards after catch per reception in the NFL last year because the Bills want yak guys, and I feel like one thing we could talk about with this, like yards after catch per reception. By the way, you know who led the NFL in yards after catch per reception? Ty Johnson.
Ty Johnson?
Ty Johnson. Yeah, Ty Johnson. But it's a lot of running backs and a tight end or two. The first receiver to show up on the board is Kavontae Turpin.
He's a gadget guy.
He's fast.
He's very fast.
He's like
fast. 5'6".
Yes. But you can match up yards after catch per reception and ADOT. And to me, this is one of the things where, Khalil Shakir, I feel like Shakir is such a what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to say X factor. How they view Shakir going forward changes how they should play their entire room. Do they think, hey, we've been using him with an ADOT that's really brutal, but we can get better there? Or do they want to just keep him doing what he's doing? Like average depth of target, it is all running backs, and then it's Greg Dortch and some guy named Isaiah Williams, and then Shakir. Shakir was the 66th lowest average depth of target in the NFL. Only two receivers were shorter than him. Do you have more there? If you have more there, then I can change the way my entire room looks by getting a guy on the outside. Maybe Denzel Boston is appropriate here. I don't know. Otherwise, I want a separator.
Right.
That's all I want. I want the first line on this, whoever the player is, the scouting report to be separates, beats man, beats press. The Bills said that about Josh Palmer, but Josh Palmer's not an elite separator. He's not a great separator. If you go to Matt Harmon reception perception, he puts him 24th percentile beating man coverage, which is kind of good on the Bills. Brandon Cooks.
But not good by league.
No, Brandon Cooks was able to beat man coverage. I don't want just adequate. If I'm investing a first-round pick, I want a guy that is just, what is his specialty? I would take drops with Casey Concepcion if he's an elite separator over a guy with sure hands that is inviting contested catches. Because one of the things about contested catches, it is often thought of as, like back shoulders and jump balls and fades. Like, no. A contested catch is any catch you make where the defender is, within 1 yard? That's it. Do you remember which Bills receiver was
being covered, basically?
Yeah. Which receiver was the best in the NFL at contested catches when he was on the team? Diggs. He was one of the best in the NFL at contested catches. That guy didn't win jump balls. He was just good at catching the ball and good at getting that 1 yard. He's going to get that little bit or a lot, and when it's not a lot of separation, he still made the catch. So I'm just any highlight package that's going to show me a bunch of back shoulder, and a bunch of going over the top of a defensive back, I'm going to get nervous. That's not what I want. I want someone to get open in space and keep things moving. And if Shakir can do that, they are paying him really well, right? He's not a bargain now. He's a nicely paid middle-class receiver. Can they turn him into something that makes it look like that's worth it because he's not just catching screens? Like, that would help things a lot. So I'm open to that. I feel like he's shown some ability to do that. The question is, will they give him that job?
Isn't that risky, though, to go into a year planning on him being that when he hasn't been really in large degree for 4 years? How often does a guy in his 5th season in the NFL become a type of receiver that he hasn't been? Because he's really never been a great player in that department. Like, maybe they've gone too far with the screens. But what is he becoming? He's going to go outside and start winning?
No, I don't think so.
He's going to go, like, vertical up the middle all the time? Like, I am hesitant to ever believe that a guy in his 5th season is just going to start doing something for me on a regular basis that he's never really done.
Otherwise, you would have maybe tried to have him do it, and then Brandon Cooks comes in and just does it right away.
Yeah, and even Cooks, it was 10 catches in 7 games.
Yeah.
Like, he almost had as many drops. Like, to me, and like you're saying, like, maybe you can live with some drops if a guy is getting open all the time, and if it's, not happening in big moments. I mean, James Cook had drop problems.
He did.
A couple of years ago. He couldn't catch anything in wide open space. And what kind of season was it? It was a season that got him paid, where he showed off his value.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't throw him the ball as much anymore.
803-0550. On the edge market, be interesting to see. Like, Crosby, one thing about the Bills, if they trade their first-round pick before the draft, it kind of makes the draft less interesting. But you'd have someone that, you feel good about at edge, which, man, they are really nowhere right now with that. That's the position that needs the most volume, probably.
Yep.
803-0550, our phone number.
Like 4 new guys.
Yeah, bunch. Jeremy and Joe, you can give us a ring if you want. The Olympic men's hockey tournament starts in 2 hours with Sweden playing host country Italy to open. Sorry, I keep doing that. It's Czechia and Finland. Shouldn't the host country
Slovakia and Finland.
Shouldn't the host country open? Shouldn't that be the thing? 10:40. Italy and Sweden should be at 10:40. Open the tournament.
Yeah, I guess it's strange.
Doesn't have to be.
When the host country is such an afterthought in the tournament, though, I guess it's not. Like, give me something that could be competitive in the first game.
Fair. Czechia and Finland.
Slovakia
and Finland. Keep doing that. I'll stop just saying what games are on. A game is on.
There's an Olympic game in 2 hours.
A game is on at 10:40. I keep saying the wrong teams. Meanwhile, USA and Canada each play their respective games, their first games tomorrow. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring here on WGR.
Do people care enough about just winning
Jeremy,
gold
here
for the
FanDuel
U.S.
Sportsbook,
and
official
that's it,
sports,
that when Canada plays in these other games, it would be a better result to have them lose because then you won't play them? Or do people want the matchup?
Well, let me ask you. Because the U.S. wins, they're in the gold medal game. On the other side of the bracket, Canada's playing another team. Who do you want to win? Like, do you want U.S. Canada?
I think I might just want the matchup.
Right. I think that's fair.
I mean, I want the U.S. to win, but
you want the gold medal game that is U.S. Canada. That's what you like.
Yes. Right. The whole thing is getting best on best and not having that for 10 years. And best on best within the best on best is the U.S. and Canada.
Yeah.
And if they're playing Czechia in the gold medal game, it'll still feel great, I'm sure, but I think it won't be as sweet as if they were to beat Canada to win it.
So, all right, let's talk salary cap for the Bills, Mike, and what the Bills can do, should do, how much room there is. You know, sometimes you see at the end of a season a team is in the red. They're on the wrong side of the salary cap, and it can be very, very bad. But not all numbers are created equal, right? Some teams have more flexibility than others. So, in terms of the league, where do the Bills look like they're at in terms of how much they could move around to create space? How tight will the offseason be?
Right. So they're definitely going to start in the red here. And, about a quarter of the league is going to be in the red, at least to get into this first couple weeks of February. But for the most part, these teams have figured this out. They're okay with sort of limping into this, understanding that there's conversions to be made, as you're alluding to here, and they'll be perfectly healthy by the time we get to March 11th. Every year's different. Buffalo was extremely aggressive, both adding and subtracting last offseason, as you know. This one, I wouldn't expect it to be that aggressive, but you do have some bigger decisions to make, which can certainly help from a cap perspective. And, you start with players like Dawson Knox and maybe a Deion Dawkins conversation, which could really open up some significant room. But look, you can get yourself to a point of positive 30 fairly quickly before you're getting to March 9th when you're talking to other free agents. So, you can swing about $40 million of cap right now, really without doing too much damage to the current financial roster.
$40 million, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And $40 million, of course, like for people that understand the cap as well, that doesn't mean you can only sign $40 million worth of AAV. That's right. Your cap hits come in for about 40 or less. So if you wanted to swing a trade for Maxx Crosby, you create the $40 million, you go sign him, his cap hit, or you go trade for him, his cap hit is 30, but then you can move that money also. Like how easy is a Crosby trade for any team out there right now based on his contract and how his number might look?
Really easy for the Raiders. I mean, they put that thing in a situation where they're basically taking no cap on to move him, so it's all about what they can add. You're looking at, though, about a $30 million cap hit to acquire him. Obviously, you can move that around once he's in the house, and maybe a new contract comes with that trade. But he's easily the top trade target, both from football and for business reasons, sitting out there right now.
The U.S. women advance. Big 5-0 win there. Nice. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Super Bowl numbers are in for the ratings on the Super Bowl.
Went well?
I think it was lower than last year, but
okay.
That doesn't mean bad. The halftime ratings
lower than
are
last
in
year because of the teams, probably.
Maybe
a little bit.
Who knows? You're talking the hundreds of millions of people. The halftime show did really well. The streaming numbers of it did really well.
Yep.
One thing that might have helped the halftime show ratings, I was thinking about this, talking about this with my wife, the number of people that were mad about it before it happened. Like, I know who Bad Bunny is. I know it I don't listen to it a ton. I just thought, I definitely want to watch this halftime show that people are going to be upset about. That was my thought going in. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, it might be like, I don't know, I've got to put the kids to bed. I've got stuff going on. And instead it was, if I want to be up on people yelling about things, I have to watch this.
Yeah.
So I watched it.
Aren't the same people yelling about the halftime show every year?
Probably.
Recently.
Probably.
And also, like, the social clips. Like, I don't think that would be true, the social clips. I saw that some of the videos from it were, like, the most watched social clips that an NFL account has ever put out from it. I mean, the whole, this has always been true. Well, actually, it hasn't always been true. Maybe it's been more true like the last decade. The halftime show is designed to bring in viewers for the Super Bowl that otherwise wouldn't be there. That's the whole point of the Super Bowl show, a halftime show. So if you're already watching the game, no matter what, it's not really for you. And I enjoyed it. It was funny. Did you see, though, as watching on TV was great, like all the props and everything. I learned about like why certain things were there. Like they had the light posts they were climbing on, and I guess that's a reference to like the power grid in Puerto Rico is failing because of the hurricane from a couple years ago.
In the stadium, you couldn't see anything because of the trees?
Right. The video in the stadium was like, it was like the comparison was like you're looking over in your neighbor's yard and they're having a party, basically, because they're all like navigating through like the brush, and you can't really see them, but you can hear them from the stand. So that was funny.
I did see
definitely a made-for-TV product.
I also saw that the trees were
people.
They were people, and they had 70 hours of work to be those trees.
Right.
Rehearsals.
How much you gotta practice being a tree?
See, you gotta know where to stand. 70 hours of work to be the bushes.
70 hours to know where to stand?
Yeah.
I guess there are a lot of them, right?
There were a lot.
So it takes a lot of choreographing, whatever.
Yep. 803-0550 is our phone number.
They can't get bigger next year, by the way.
I mean, they can't get bigger?
Not really. I mean, the two most popular artists on the planet are Bad Bunny and Taylor Swift. So unless they're getting Taylor Swift, in terms of popularity and viewership, like I think they're probably taking a step back.
Yeah.
Step down.
That's another thing I saw about like why they made the choice that they did. Think about the NFL, how often they want to grow the game globally by sending games around the globe. Mm-hmm. In this case, it was let's bring an artist who is very appealing around the globe to this game. We're not going to put the Super Bowl in another country yet, so why don't we just bring more countries in by entertaining them at halftime? So it worked out pretty well for them. 803-0550, SoFi Stadium next year for the Super Bowl.
Los Angeles.
Yep.
Who's doing a halftime show in Los Angeles?
I did see the odds.
There are odds already?
I did see, yes. Super
Who's
Bowl,
the favorite?
Super Bowl, Taylor Swift.
Okay. I don't think she's ever going to do it.
Right, but she's always going to be there just because it's an easy bet. Oh, I'm sorry. The favorite was Miley Cyrus.
Miley Cyrus?
Miley Cyrus was the favorite.
She still does music?
Yeah.
All right.
And then you're asking the wrong person, but...
You answered that like you were just listening to her album like today.
I saw her at the Grammys like what? That might have been like 3 years ago now. But yeah, okay. She's the favorite.
She's the betting favorite?
Miley Cyrus. 803-0550. That's our number. Jeremy and Joe, Olympic hockey, getting to it today. Excited about that. And talking about that with you here on WGR. I'm thinking about the deadline. I'm thinking a
lot about the deadline and teams that might be selling. I mean, there are big ideas. They are a buyer for the first time. Well, they're a real buyer for the first time in over a decade. There was the 1 year that Bottrell decided they were going to be like a fake buyer when they traded for like Wayne Simmons at the deadline when they were 9 points out of a playoff spot. I think that maybe is the meaningful games in March quote that gets referenced. They traded for guys because they wanted to have meaningful games in March, even though they were like 10 points out of a playoff spot. So other than that, they haven't been I don't think, a legitimate buyer since they last made it, right? What's their last like real buying deadline move?
Brad Boyes.
Other than, again, that like they trade for Wayne Simmons, but it was fake.
Rafi Torres, Brad Boyes. Like that timeline?
Those guys, right? The Dominic Moore era. Maybe he came after them.
Rafi Torres, to me, feels like the biggest one.
Well, he was the last one they made when they made the playoffs, so I'm assuming that is either the one or like one.
Yeah,
before.
That's 2010.
Right.
They traded for a guy that had scored 19 goals in 60 games. He had scored more goals. I think Torres scored more goals than anybody that was moved at the deadline that year. And then he came to Buffalo and scored 0 goals.
Never scored. Never scored for the team.
And then went to Vancouver and scored 14 the next. Like, it's just, looking at its page, it's funny. It's 19, over with two different teams. 19, Columbus, 19, No, that would have been the same year. 14, 15, and then just a cup of coffee with the Sabres, 0. No goals. The only team he didn't score with. Anyway.
And those are not massive deadline moves where like you're the story of the day. And there are players they could trade for at the deadline where that would be the case. Like if they got one of the Blues guys, the Blues are 15 points out of the playoffs right now, like they're going to sell. Maybe they're going to blow it up. And if you're the team that goes out and trades for Jordan Kyrou at the deadline, then guess who the deadline's about? So, did you see what the Sabres did?
Yeah.
They went out and traded for a 30-goal scorer, a perennial 30-goal scorer. That's 27 years old. And he's going to be this year and beyond. Like that level of move. They haven't done in my lifetime. Do people care enough about just winning gold for the U.S. and that's it, that when Canada plays in these other games, it would be a better result to have them lose because then you won't play them? Or do people want the matchup?
Well, let me ask you. Because the U.S. wins. They are in the gold medal game. On the other side of the bracket, Canada's playing another team. Who do you want to win? Like, do you want U.S. Canada?
I think I might just want the matchup.
Right. I think that's fair.
I mean, I want the U.S. to win, but
you want the gold medal game that is U.S. Canada. That's what you like.
Yes. Right. The whole thing is getting best on best and not having that for 10 years. And best on best within the best on best is the U.S. and Canada.
Yeah.
And if they're playing Czechia in the gold medal game, it'll still feel great, I'm sure, but I think it won't be as sweet as if they were to beat Canada to win it.
Couple of Bills signings per own Sal Capaccio. According to the NFL transaction wire, the Bills have signed quarterback Shane Buechele and wide receiver Jalen Virgil to free agent contracts. Neither were under contract to other clubs, so they were free to sign with any team before the March 11th new league year. Around the NFL, new Raiders coach Clint Kubiak said he would call plays for the Raiders offense. The Ravens hired a special teams coordinator, their former assistant special teams coach, Anthony Levine. And the Sabres are off until the 25th. Two Sabres, though, in action the next 2 days in the Olympics as they roll on. Rasmus Dahlin and Team Sweden in action against Italy today at 3:10. Tomorrow, Tage Thompson and Team USA see their first action against Latvia at 3:10. Our own Paul Hamilton and Brayton Wilson have pieces up on our website previewing the men's hockey tournament, WGR550.com. Some headlines from Team USA. Corey Dropkin, Corey Thies will take home silver in mixed doubles curling after a close contest against Sweden. Thies made history as the first American woman to earn an Olympic medal in curling. And USA women's hockey demolished rival Canada. They swept all 4 preliminary round games by a combined score of 20-1. A gold medal rankings update. Norway on top, 12 total medals, 6 of them gold. Switzerland jumps up to second with 7 total medals, 4 of them being gold. And Germany and Sweden tied for third with 6 total medals, 3 gold. Team USA, 5th place currently, 8 total medals, 2 gold, 4 silver, and 2 bronze. Also, in golf news, Charlie Woods, son of 15-time major champion Tiger Woods, has verbally committed to play golf at Florida State and will be a member of the 2027 recruiting class. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Team USA to the ice tomorrow at the Olympics. Back in 2010, right? 2010, the Olympics, when they won in Vancouver, that was, of course, in Canada, Canada winning the gold in overtime. Like the celebration throughout Canada. We got a bunch of Canadian listeners. I had a friend that was in Toronto when it happened. It was bedlam. Like the place goes nuts. If the U.S. were to win gold, it'd be fun to be out at a bar.
Yeah.
There's no parades, right? I don't think so.
No.
Get back to work for their respective teams.
No, I don't believe you would have parades.
I can't find any.
They would.
No.
No, I don't know what they do.
They have ovations at the arenas for the gold medal winners, like they did, and whatever.
Yes. Yeah, they would do that.
I can't find goal songs for these teams. The tournament starts today. We don't have the goal songs. I found a YouTube account that has kind of made goal songs for each team.
Yeah.
It includes Freebird, which makes me think either they're all right or they just I don't know. So I haven't found the goal songs. Also, if you're just joining us today, we are completely in the dark on how the overtime of the gold medal game will work.
No one knows.
You can find multiple locations to tell you it's just regular 5-on-5 overtime and multiple locations to tell you it would be 3-on-3 overtime for the gold medal.
Yeah.
Which seems intense.
It seems wild.
It's win the opening face-off, control it, shot, score. There's a gold.
Yeah. The possessing of the puck, right, and not giving it up, being a huge. You can't have 3-on-3. It's got to be 5-on-5.
It's got to be 5-on-5.
I think it's got to be 5-on-5. When they went to overtime in USA Canada in 2010, it was 5-on-5.
Right. In 2010,
would they have
though,
changed it since then? Maybe they would have.
In 2010, 3-on-3 did not exist in the U.S. in the NHL yet, right? We're still at 4-on-4 at that point.
But international sometimes they go. They had shootouts before the NHL did, right? There's a shootout in '98 to win the gold for the Czech Republic, and they didn't have it in the NHL for 8 more years.
Yeah.
So sometimes they're ahead of the game on that.
So, all right, I want to read you from the Sporting News. The rules for the quarterfinals and semifinals are different. There are still 3 20-minute periods. There will be a 10-minute 3-on-3 sudden death. If the game remains tied, 5-skater shootout, like the earlier rounds. So, in the playoff rounds, you do that. The biggest change in overtime comes during the medal games. These rules apply to both the gold and bronze medal games. Okay? The simplest way to think is there's no shootout option, which, okay, if you just told me that, you're saying it was 10-minute 3-on-3 and then shootout. Oh, there's no shootout. Okay, they keep going. If a medal game is tied at the end of regulation, it moves into overtime. Unlike earlier games, the overtime is 20 minutes and remains 5-on-5. Sudden death still applies, but you continue in that format. So that's the Sporting News telling us the gold medal game is 5-on-5.
Okay.
I have other places telling me 3-on-3. Including an IHF link that was confusing.
I'm not sure anybody actually knows.
No. We'll see you at the gold medal game. Will they know during the broadcast of said gold medal game? Get a rules
I
analyst.
am ready for to learn from the broadcast.
Yeah.
To learn it. Whatever they say is what I'm going to be rolling with.
It would seem crazy if it's 3-on-3.
It
would seem absolutely crazy to have the gold medal decided in 3-on-3.
It can't be 3-on-3. What was the... Actually, you know what might be a good way to tell this? Tage scored the golden goal in the World Championships less than a year ago. What was that? That's a double IHF tournament.
Yep.
I think that's the same organization
Same format,
running the Olympic.
Yep.
So I would assume the same format. And what was Tage's... I think Tage's goal might have been 3-on-3.
Yeah, it was.
It was?
Yeah, there's nobody on the ice. It's 3-on-3.
I think it's going to be 3-on-3.
Caller from Toronto just called in and said Elliot Friedman was just on their radio station and mentioned it's 3-on-3.
3-on-3.
It is 3-on-3.
Confirmed
Okay.
it.
Yeah, Tage scored
That's
3-on-3.
Crazy.
That's
crazy.
That goal, the golden goal for the World Championships, by the way, is against Switzerland and is scoreless in overtime.
Yes, it was the only goal of the game.
All right, Friedman,
would Tage be put on the ice because he did score the golden goal in the Worlds? He'd be in the rotation?
I'm glad Friedman just said that.
The only thing that always scares me about Tage in 3-on-3 overtime is he has some balance problems, and him falling in 3-on-3 is disaster.
Well, anybody falling, yeah.
But he falls more than I think your typical player just because of size and balance. But he did score the golden goal.
Yep.
So
803-0550 our number. Thing to ask you guys, the young kids here. You see the Boulevard Mall is officially closing its doors?
It is closed.
All right.
Yeah.
Closed.
Officially
closed.
closed. You can't go inside.
No mall walkers
No
anymore.
mall walking, no anything.
Brutal.
Now, not that I spent much time. You know what? No, I take that back. I did a lot of mall walking in my days. Not like where you show up and just walk, but when I was in high school, it's the Finger Lakes Mall at that point. At, I don't know, what age are we talking here, like 17, 16? It was just like, what did you do on a Friday night? You just went to the mall.
Right.
And you just
Walked around.
You just walked around.
Whatever you felt like in the moment. Let's pop in here.
Just ate something and walked around. And just walked around and then just walked around. It's just something to do.
Get those steps in, dog.
Yeah, right?
I remember the Boulevard Mall used to have a carousel in the food court, too.
Yeah.
Like way back in the day.
Oh,
When I was little, I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that.
100% remember that.
Mhm.
I would,
Get some lunch. That was in the food court.
The food court. Yeah. You'd go up there and say what's up and go, yeah, absolutely.
You know, with the death of malls in general here,
Yeah.
the death of food courts, I think, is coming with it, right?
Probably.
There aren't
that's
really
probably
just
a
food courts.
Net positive for the world, right?
Is it?
Probably.
I don't know.
I love a food court.
Food courts are great.
Food courts are great.
Yeah.
You're against food courts?
Man, you guys.
Who doesn't like a food
Hey,
court?
who's anti-food court?
I don't know.
There's an option for everybody.
Yeah. It's like a giant buffet, but with multiple restaurants.
That costs money for every item more than it should, and it's
what?
just-
Like a pizza?
Is that true?
Yeah, I don't know.
There's a markup in food courts?
I don't know.
I mean, there isn't like airports. I know that.
right. And
But that's because you can't go anywhere else.
You show me an airport food court, I get excited. Like, all right, I got options here.
man, pull it. I don't know. That seems.
Listen, the true loss with malls is the ability to leave, I don't know, like a jacket in the car.
Yeah.
Are we sure that Big Jacket isn't closing all these malls? Now I've got strip
Big
malls.
Jacket.
I've got to go between stores outside in Antarctica out here. I can't just walk inside.
Isn't the thing killing malls online shopping into online shopping?
Well, yeah,
also don't need a
probably
jacket,
that's a big
so
part of it. Yeah, that's
probably not
true.
helping.
Online shopping, you don't need a lot of things.
R.I.P. malls.
I remember the Summit Mall
And
in
food
Niagara
courts
Falls,
with them.
too. They had fish jumping out of the floor at one point.
What?
Yeah, the Summit Park Mall. I don't know if anyone knows what that
I don't
was
even
in
know
the
what that
Falls.
is.
I don't even-
It was
yeah,
in
I've never
Niagara
even
Falls.
heard of
It was an old mall. It was
No.
closing as I was young, but my family from Niagara Falls, we went there. They used to have fish jumping out of the floor.
No,
Out of the floor.
Yeah. Well,
Like in a spot. Like there was a spot.
Like
that.
fake fish?
I don't know. I don't remember
Was
it well enough.
This was a fountain or a pond?
I think it was a fountain, but there was like you could see through stuff.
okay.
It was.
And they were
old and
jumping
dying.
out.
interesting.
Yeah, I remember 'em.
I'm gonna need to see like some images or something of this. I never got that far north.
The Summit Park Mall fish.
Yeah, I was only McKinley Mall and then Galleria Mall with the Looney Tunes waterfall elevator, which was always a must.
Yes.
Loved that elevator. It's my favorite elevator of all time.
Lots of
Looney
love.
Tunes, Tasmanian Devil. You went through the waterfall in the glass elevator. Mm-hmm. Got to bring that back. Where'd it go?
You ever gone through the like, I don't know, not escalator, but it's a standing walkway in the Toronto Aquarium where they take you through the tube.
Oh,
There's like
yeah.
sharks swimming above you. It's pretty sweet.
Nice.
It's a pretty good spot. Lots of love for the fish from the Summit Mall. In, chat.
The chat knows this?
Chat knows
The
this.
Summit Mall fish?
Yes.
All right, hold on. Would the chat describe it as fish jumped out of the floor? Because that is how we were sold this, was that fish jumped out of the floor.
We're going to have to wait.
Gonna have to see.
How
did I answer here?
How does that not have a follow-up question?
Right.
I'm recalling a 2-year-old memory there. So,
yeah, that's a deep pull.
It's a deep pull.
It's a deep pull.
But there were fish, and I do remember them jumping. But
out of the floor.
Yeah.
Man.
But I can't picture in my head what you mean by out of the floor.
Right, that's really where this is at.
Like they're jumping from where the tiles are usually?
There was like a roped off area, I want to say, that had like openings in it, if I'm not mistaken. My arborist would tell me.
Yeah, right. Where did the fish jump to? A different spot in the floor?
No, just up and then back down.
Hoops,
it was like,
or...
I have to imagine he's describing like a typical fountain, but it's bigger and it's got like
fake fish.
I don't know. Fish can jump out of water straight up and go right back down, right? I mean,
why would they jump?
Why would they, though?
What kind of fish are these?
I don't know.
There's some fish that do that, but that's when they're hunting for food. I'm assuming
they don't do it
these
for fun.
fish in the mall. We're not
are we
getting that active.
Are these fish trained by the Summit?
I mean, the mall was closing. I don't think they're training fish.
Nobody in chat seems to know either.
No one knows anything about the fish.
No.
All right.
What's going on? Anyway.
We're trying over here. I mean, I think Boulevard Mall, I think about the Bears, the Christmas Bears.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know. Spend some time there.
I used to get...
What?
Oh, no.
Well,
no, I don't even know if I can go here.
You're deciding against it?
Yeah, I think I'm going to reserve my right to take back what I was about to say.
His hand was still on the chest
He's
piece.
pulling it back. He's pulling it back.
It never left. Oh, man.
803-0550 to join us, and 1-888-550-2550. One thing you'll notice at the tournament, this goes back to, like, do a little nostalgia hour here. The players are wearing neck protectors, and they are required.
Yes.
And I saw yesterday was the anniversary of Richard Zednick at the arena, cutting his neck.
Okay. Yes, I remember it.
And I did not go to that game. So that game, I had season tickets back then, and I remember I gave my season tickets to somebody else. I think it was a Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
I could check that, February 10th, 2008. But I did not go to this game, and it's against the Florida Panthers, and Zednick suffers that injury on the ice, and then they take him out. They save his life.
He runs off the ice.
Yeah, he's got a serious. So that, whatever, hand in hand, like that was 18 years ago yesterday, which doesn't feel like 18 years ago. I guess that makes sense. But all the players wear neck guards.
Right. And some of those guys wear them in the NHL now, too.
Yeah.
I don't know how many Sabres do. There are a few of them. Does Tage wear one? I know Yoki Haru did last year, and there were a couple others. But, yeah, I think we're not far off from maybe that being mandatory in the NHL, too.
It makes sense, right?
It does.
It probably should be.
I mean, I how much do I remember the Zednick?
Zednick
I remember it happening, and I remember knowing about Clint Malarchuk before, too. So, not that you would have been trained for something like that mentally, but he running off the ice, I don't know. I just remember that being what the whole night was about after that, for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Like, no one cares about the game now. It's what's his state.
And they announced,
and I don't think it was that long before we knew like he was in stable condition.
Right.
Like it was before the end of the game.
Part of the story is they announced in the arena.
Yeah, okay. Right.
As he's on his way to the hospital, he's in stable condition. There's a big standing ovation.
Right.
February 10th, 2008. Yeah. 803-0550. 1-888-550-2550 to join us.
Apparently my 2-year-old imagination got the best of me. They weren't jumping, but there was in fact a big pond.
There was just a pond.
A pond full of fish. They were real fish.
Maybe one of them jumped.
Maybe one of them did, but
sure.
I vividly remember them flying out of the water. I don't know what I was doing, but yeah. There was a pond of fish.
All right. Well, thank you to the people that cleared that up. Fish jumping out of the floor. A phrase uttered on this show. So, thinking about this tournament, the U.S. is going to cruise into the medal round, right? Cruise into the playoffs.
Yeah, I
basically.
think so.
I know it's a playoff from the start.
I think so. I mean, I wouldn't even say nervous. I want to see what Germany looks like.
Okay.
That's the one game they play where I wonder if it could be close, but more likely than not, they should probably hammer that team too. And I think the other two, they probably walk all over. So, I think they get the benefit more than anybody of Russia not being there. They don't really see a second challenger to them.
Yeah.
So it'll be all about sudden death. You get to the playoff rounds, quarterfinals, semis. If you're playing Finland, if you're playing Czechia, like those will be your first real tough games, I think.
Yeah.
So
the U.S. group is U.S., Latvia, Germany, Denmark.
There's just nothing there.
Yeah.
Not a lot.
I'm working to make Germany into something that they're probably not even. But it's just they have a power play and they have a goalie. Right. And that might be enough to hang around in a game or two.
Yeah,
but that's it.
The U.S. decor, I just look at that decor on paper and I don't see any reason that they shouldn't just demolish anyone they play but Canada. Those D pair are ridiculous. As good as the 3-center spine is on Canada, the decor on USA is better than that. Like, it is truly astonishing what they got.
We got pairings yet?
Oh yeah,
we
there's
do.
A bunch. You got to find some here, but they like McAvoy and Hughes, I think, are paired up, and that's half the game down the drain where the other team is not going to be able to do anything.
I got them for you. Quinn Hughes and McAvoy are together. Jacob Slavin and Brock Faber.
They were unbelievable last year, shutting everybody down at Four Nations.
And then Noah Hannafin and Zach Werenski. I think Werenski might have 20 goals this season.
Werenski leads the Blue Jackets in goals as a defenseman.
Like, he's an MVP candidate.
It's absurd. That plus the goalie, they should not give up more than 3 goals, maybe all tournaments.
They are. Should I be scared? Should I not be scared that their 2 goalies might be the best 2 goalies in the world, and they both have this big game question about them? And they both just did it in the most recent playoffs, where Hellebuck, who's the best goalie in the world for a long time, fell apart.
Totally fell apart.
And then Jake Ottinger fell apart and got into it with his coach.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if I should actually take that into serious consideration or not.
I think
that sounds a little bit like Peyton Manning can't win the big one, but maybe there's some truth to it.
I think Hellebuck's got a little longer of a track record with that than Ottinger does, just purely due to age. I think it's definitely not, something that you ignore completely. I think you have to be aware when you're going into those games with either one of those two starting. You go I got to maybe have a short leash here.
Well, that said, that's what happened to Dallas when Ottinger got a short leash, and we all thought, that was too short.
Right.
That's how DeBoer got fired.
But
because it was too short.
But you don't have Hellebuck.
You don't have Hellebuck sitting on the
Fair.
bench. You've got Casey DeSmith. It's a little different, I think, when you've got a Hart winner versus a guy that's a pretty good backup.
Right.
I don't worry about it personally because I think goalies, if you're good enough mentally to be good as a starter in the league, you're good enough mentally to be good in any situation as a starter in the league. It's hard enough. It's too hard to get through a year, and as many years as both of those guys has been top-end elite goaltenders, to ride the wave that is that position constantly, that a bigger pressure moment singularly will overwhelm you. I don't think it's possible for that to happen. I think we've seen Hellebuck struggle and we've seen Ottinger struggle in those moments, but I don't think it's because they have some DNA thing that means they will always do that. I think they had tough stretches and bad spots, and that will happen to everybody.
One would wonder also, if you're talking about the mindset that's going to lead you to crumble in a moment. There's a lot of different ways it could happen. It's all, subconscious, whatever. For Ottinger, that's Game 7 at home against, who'd they play? Help me. Edmonton. Game 7 at home against Edmonton. For Hellebuck, it happens one game at home. The next game, you're feeling it again. The next day, you're in front of your home fans or road fans. I feel like anything you feel is going to be heightened.
Yeah.
Who's feeling that in Italy? There's not going to be some absolutely insane whiteout in Winnipeg. Everyone's looking at you. You let in a bad goal. How do you shake that off?
Yeah.
I know it's a high-stakes game, but to be playing it in Italy in just a brand-new rink, I feel like it's maybe the pressure would be easier to block out.
Yeah, and also I do think because, 2010, we referenced this game earlier. The U.S. beats Canada 5-3 before they got to the knockout rounds because they were in the same group. Canada started Marty Brodeur in that game, and he allowed 4. Right. So Canada has the opportunity to say, we lost a big game. We didn't like how our goalie played. Let's change. Let's go to Luongo. And they did that, and Luongo started the gold medal game.
Right.
Because your group doesn't have anybody serious in it, you're not going to have that chance. If your goalie, if Hellebuck has a brutal game for you against
Denmark.
He
gives up 2 to Denmark.
I don't know what a brutal game is against Denmark. Maybe again, if Germany scored a bunch against them. But I don't know how realistic that is. If they have a bad game, one of them, against Finland, well, sorry, you played Finland in the knockout round, so your tournament's over.
Right.
You don't have a chance to switch unless you win a high-scoring game. You beat Finland 6-5, and Hellebuck just couldn't do anything, and then you switch for the gold medal game.
Right.
But it's probably not going to happen before they get to winner you go home.
It's funny, Luongo is a great example of guys that are, it all depends on how you played that day. Luongo, what's his rep? He got to the Cup final once with Vancouver and played 3 great games and 4 duds.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was 4 great games and he couldn't stop a beach ball in Boston.
Yeah.
He was a mess in Boston, and that went 7 games, and here he is we'll go to him for the gold medal game. That's also his home rink, too.
That's a little bit of my point about, it's just that position.
It's just so fluid.
You don't get where those guys are without being able to handle a moment.
Yeah.
It just doesn't happen. And on the in Italy point, there is a little bit of history to when they play in North America, the U.S. men's team in the Olympics, they're good. They struggle in Europe. Historically, they do not get the same results over in Europe when the Olympics are there.
Could that be size of the ice?
That could be that. It could be just the jet,
it could be anything.
jet lag. It could be anything.
It also could be their rosters have never been
as good in those years.
Right.
True.
So, looking back, 2010 was Vancouver.
My other favorite Olympic U.S. memory is a year where they don't have they don't have the NHL players. It's Ray LeBlanc.
Is this recent?
No.
The 90s?
Yep.
Okay.
This is probably 90.
Ray LeBlanc?
Yep. He was the Team USA goalie, Ray LeBlanc.
Okay. They didn't win.
No.
They haven't won since 80.
No. He had a good run a little bit. They were scrappy. They did not have NHL players.
Yeah.
I think they might not have even medaled that year, but it's the 1992 Winter Olympics was Ray LeBlanc, who was the goalie for Team USA.
I remember Leggio. My buddy Dave Leggio went over to it was 16, I guess.
18.
18, right. He didn't end up playing more than 1 game for them, but he said it was awesome.
Ray LeBlanc played in the 1992 Winter Olympics and the World Championships. He played in 1 game in the NHL.
Awesome.
So I don't know what that means to you, but at the Olympics, what did he do? How did they do the 1992?
Those non-NHL years, I don't really.
It's tough.
I don't really have it. I know they didn't do well at the last 2 because they had again, it was AHL guys.
Right, it was a bunch of AHL.
College guys.
Europe.
Russia, the unified team, rather, they won gold.
That makes sense.
Canada, silver. Czechoslovakia, bronze.
Yeah.
The U.S. went 4-1 in the group stage. Went to the quarterfinals, and then lost to, ultimately, I'll find it here. They lost to Sweden in a shootout, I believe. Because it's 3-3, and then they lose in the shootout.
I can't believe it's going to be 3-on-3 decide the goal.
I know.
That is nuts.
That is crazy.
I mean,
Nope, I'm
that
wrong.
makes me
Sorry.
more terrified of Canada if it goes to 3-on-3 in a gold medal game because they're just going to throw out McDavid, McKinnon, and Crosby.
Correction.
McCarr.
McCarr, right.
The U.S. lost in the semis to the Russians 5-2 is what happened. Okay. And then Russia beat Canada. The unified team beat Canada 3-1.
Oh, I'm having nightmares now thinking about McKinnon, McDavid, and McCarr all on the ice together at
you
once.
Won't make it. You won't make it out of the first shift.
Can I give a crazy idea? If you're going to do 3-on-3, wouldn't it be better to just do a timed period? Soccer's overtime does not do golden goal very often. You go to the World Cup, what do? You play 30 minutes.
Oh, I see.
What if
I see
instead,
you're
like,
going for.
listen, we're going to go to overtime.
We're going to play.
And we want to play 3-on-3. It's going to be 10 minutes.
Yeah,
you don't
no matter
score,
what the score
No
is.
matter what, it's going to be 10 minutes. And then a round of
I think I like that better.
That would be way more fun.
Yeah, I like that better.
If you're going for entertainment, I mean, 10 minutes of 3-on-3 is much more interesting.
Right. And you get a team that goes down 2-0 5 minutes into the 3-on-3, and they got to storm back to try
Right.
and
And
tie
maybe
it
they
up.
get raced and the other team is just playing keep away. But
That would be awesome.
It feels like a face-off win, shot off the board in front goal is cruel.
Right.
Yeah, I like that idea.
13 seconds overtime, a little bit.
Coin toss.
Yeah.
Coin toss. All right. 803-0550. Excited to get into this stuff. I wouldn't mind it. Just a timed overtime instead of sudden death. Time it.
I got some Olympic trivia for you.
All right.
too.
Ready for that. Olympic trivia when we return. 803-0550 to join us here on WGR. I'm thinking about the deadline. I'm thinking
a lot about the deadline and teams that might be selling. I mean, there are big ideas. They are a buyer for the first time. Well, they're a real buyer for the first time in over a decade. There was the 1 year that Bottrell decided they were going to be like a fake buyer when they traded for like Wayne Simmons at the deadline when they were 9 points out of a playoff spot. I think that maybe is the meaningful games in March quote that gets referenced. They traded for guys because they wanted to have meaningful games in March, even though they were like 10 points out of a playoff spot. So other than that, they haven't been I don't think, a legitimate buyer since they last made it, right? What's their last like real buying deadline move?
Brad Boyes.
Other than, again, that like they trade for Wayne Simmons, but it was fake.
Rafi Torres, Brad Boyes. Like that timeline?
Those guys, right? The Dominic Moore era. Maybe he came after them.
Rafi Torres to me feels like the biggest one.
Well, he was the last one they made when they made the playoffs. So I'm assuming that is either the one or like one.
Yeah,
before.
that's 2010.
Right.
They traded for a guy that had scored 19 goals in 60 games. He had scored more goals. I think Torres scored more goals than anybody that was moved at the deadline that year. And then he came to Buffalo and scored 0 goals.
Never scored. Never scored for the team.
And then went to Vancouver and scored 14 the next. Like, it's just, looking at its page, it's funny. It's 19 over with two different teams. 19, Columbus, 19. No, that would have been the same year. 14, 15, and then just a cup of coffee with the Sabres, 0. No goals. The only team he didn't score with. Anyway.
And those are not massive deadline moves where like you're the story of the day. And there are players they could trade for at the deadline where that would be the case. Like if they got one of the Blues guys, the Blues are 15 points out of the playoffs right now, like they're going to sell. Maybe they're going to blow it up. And if you're the team that goes out and trades for Jordan Kyrou at the deadline, then guess who the deadline's about? So, did you see what the Sabres did?
Yeah.
They went out and traded for a 30-goal scorer, a perennial 30-goal scorer. That's 27 years old. And he's going to be this year and beyond. Like that level of move. They haven't done in my lifetime.
The hockey gets started today. All-time best-on-best Olympic memories. Could you name more than 3 or 4? The Olympic memories, of course, like the Miracle on Ice. You've got Hasek winning with the Czech Republic. That's an incredible one. Goes to a shootout. They beat Canada. I can remember watching that.
They didn't put Crosby out, or excuse me, Canada didn't put Gretzky out there, right?
Sure.
Was a part of that story.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I remember that one. Crosby beats Miller.
Yep.
What else? Like, are there other...
TJ Oshie.
TJ Oshie, we just talked about that one the other day.
Yep, TJ Oshie is definitely on that list. I mean, shouldn't we have more Miller memories from 2010? He won MVP.
Yeah, he played great.
But my problem with that, and this has always been an annoyance with me with, maybe it's the Olympics I should blame for it, is I've never seen highlights of it. They don't exist. Like, the Olympics don't produce them. They don't give the NHL the rights to them. Even, when I watch the Hasek documentary, a huge part of his career and his story is winning that gold medal with the Czech Republic in 1998. There's no highlights. because they're not allowed to use them. It's you put a couple photographs up of him winning because that's all you have the rights to. So maybe that's why I don't have a lot of Miller memories from those games and other matchups other than, I mean, they beat Canada, didn't they, in the group stage? I think they beat Canada earlier in that tournament. Maybe I'm wrong on that. But again, like, I've never seen a highlight of it. So all I know is this, like, lore that it's like almost myth at this point. Like, he was incredible at the Olympics, but I've never seen it happen since it happened. So in that way, I guess I'm missing those. But I don't have anything else. Like, did anything happen at the 06 Olympics that I remember? Or the 2002? I mean, 2002 I'm 7, so I probably wouldn't anyway.
2002 is Salt Lake.
2002 is Salt Lake.
Okay.
The U.S. was really bad that time, wasn't it? Weren't they?
And Canada beat them. That one, I remember that. I remember a little bit about that one. There's a play where a pass comes and Lemieux lets it go through him to the guy that's down the left side of the wing, and it's a nice goal there.
Drops it back, picked off by Shea. Out for Cooley, ahead to Thompson. Tage Thompson with Logan Cooley. Thompson in, shoots, scores! Tage Thompson, golden goal! And the United States has won the World Hockey Championship for the first time in 92 years.
3-on-3 coming to overtime, as it did in the World Championships. Joe's got Olympic trivia.
Mm-hmm.
My answer is Apollo Anton Ono.
It is not. Apollo Ono is not one of the answers.
Right.
On
Sorry,
this.
it was a good guess.
What was the nickname you threw before that? Did you have?
He was Apollo Anton Ono was his name.
Oh, Anton.
Yeah.
I didn't know the Anton part. I think it was just Apollo.
What
Ono.
was his nickname? He was Apollo Ono. Wasn't he the something?
I always just knew him as Apollo Ono.
Right. The name doesn't really need much of a nickname. Apollo Ono.
Right.
That's not the answer. What's the question? I don't even know the question.
So I got a couple of different questions. Let me try this on for size with you. Can you give me, actually first, how many Sabres do you think have ever medaled at the Olympics while they're on the team?
I tried to look this up, by the way, and I'm glad you found it. So,
how many active Buffalo Sabres have medaled at the Olympics? Would you guess?
Mike Ramsey.
No. What about the number first? How many do you think there are?
That have medaled at the Olympics?
Yeah.
7.
10.
10, okay.
Your hint, and I'll give you actually the medalists too, because I think it's tough to remember, like the bronze medalists every year. It's all 98 through 14. That's it. Like Ramsey wasn't on the Sabres yet. He was drafted by the Sabres,
98
but he
through
wasn't
14
on the Sabres.
guys that medaled.
Yes, there's 10 of them.
Ryan Miller.
Ryan Miller, silver medal. 2010 Olympics.
Did Shatan medal?
He did not. He came close. He came in 4th in 2002.
Okay. Hasek
won gold at 98. You remember the other gold in 98?
Schmelik? Yeah. Okay, Richard Schmelik.
Those
Dominic
are
Hasek.
the only 2 gold medalists.
Yeah.
That have ever won gold while on the Sabres. Hasek and Schmelik.
Other Olympic medals for the Sabres.
Yep.
Did Teppo win one?
Teppo won silver at the 06 games.
Okay. Kalinin
did not.
Zhitnik
won bronze at the 2002 Olympics in Salt Lake.
I feel like there's not a... Is there a Canadian?
No Canadian.
Yeah, I don't think there's a Canadian.
The Sabres, as far as I can tell, have never had an active player on Team Canada. Pekka was on Team Canada immediately after he had been traded.
Okay.
And, you got 2 guys on the line right now that could have been Buffalo Sabres.
How many left?
Sam Reiher and Brady Engel. You've got 5.
What
You're
country,
halfway through.
What country? Is another American?
There's no other Americans, so you're looking
No
at
American,
your,
no
your
Canadian.
European nations here.
Your Czechs, your Finns.
Mm-hmm.
Risto
did not. He won a golden. He had scored the golden goal at the World Juniors.
Right.
He threw his helmet at the wall harder than anything I've ever seen. There is representation here from all of Russia, Czechia, and Sweden.
Jonas
still.
Enroth.
Jonas Enroth was the backup for the silver medalist Swedish team in 2014.
All right, good. Is there another?
So I'll give you some of the medalists here. Russia won bronze in 2002. You already have one guy from that team. Finland winning silver in 2006. Czech Republic won bronze in 2006. And you mentioned your Swedish team that won
Is
silver.
Kotelik there?
Kotelik. Alesh Kotelik won bronze in 2006.
Okay. A Russian in 2002, you said, on the Schmelik team. No, Schmelik's Czech. On the Zhitnik team.
Yes.
The other Russian on that team. Is Dinas Zubras an answer here from like 06?
Nope.
No, okay.
He's Lithuanian.
Oh, right.
Don't ask me how I know that. I used to be obsessed with this kind of stuff.
Yeah. Is it Max?
Max
Afinogenov was on the 2002 bronze medalist Russian team.
When you say
I used to
goals. I used to be obsessed with this kind of stuff.
Like nationalities.
Okay.
And,
I was going to say, like, not like just with Lithuania.
No, I also loved flags growing up as a kid, so like that helps. Also, there's not many NHL players from Lithuania, so I always remember that. Sabres have one player that's from Brazil in their history.
Who's that?
Robin Regier.
I guess you did used to be obsessed with this stuff.
You're missing... If I can find my list again. You're missing 2 silver medalists.
Sweden
and Finland.
Henrik
Tallinder in his second stint with the Sabres in 2014 won silver. And then you're missing one other silver medalist from the 06 Finnish team.
'06 Finnish team.
Mm-hmm.
Owen,
someone is screaming it in their car.
I know. I got nothing.
Tapo was on that team, and he had a teammate that was on that team as well.
That was on that team.
Yep. He had a couple moments in the 06 playoffs for the Sabres.
Oh, Ludman.
Oh,
Tony Ludman.
Yeah, Tony Ludman.
Won silver.
Okay, good. Not bad.
It's only 10.
Did you see? Thank you for the trivia.
Yeah, that was good.
Did you see the story that Seattle will not close schools for the victory parade?
I did.
Hold on.
Isn't that terrible?
No, it's awesome.
It's awesome?
Yes.
Everyone's just going to skip.
Or, listen, it's terrible for the teachers.
Right. I guess.
It is also possibly awesome. Because you know what that means I could do if I wanted to?
What?
Send my kids to school and go to the parade. Or if I want to take them, I can take them. If I want to take them, maybe. Or maybe I want to send them to school and go to the parade.
That's a pretty good point.
Yeah,
This is how
it's got some upside.
Your priorities change over your life and what you want to do. Like, now, what would we do? Would we take our kids to the parade? Probably. But in the event that we didn't want to do that, guess what?
Sweet.
All of the babysitters in the world, guess what they are able to do? Go to the parade. It's rough for the teachers.
They probably got to do some little mini school parade anyway. It's like half the teachers there are going to be like, "Well, we're not doing anything."
They're going to watch it.
Nobody's going
They're going to watch it on TV.
Yeah, they're going to wheel the TV in there.
Maybe
and
they will
do a mini parade in school, and that will be awesome.
My first thought was like, "Oh wow, you can send the kids to school and then go to the parade." In Kansas City and Philadelphia, the last couple of years, they have closed schools for the parades.
Yeah.
Seattle is not doing that. Not closing schools, and it is not an excused absence either. Is this going to go on my permanent record? If I miss a day?
A lot of kids are going to have doctor's appointments. That's all I got to say.
I never even understood excused. I wasn't at school. I don't know. Sorry.
Right.
Like, what's your problem? I had stuff to do.
An excused absence.
Excused absence. Get out of here.
Yeah.
You don't know me, school.
I guess you make a point about it, but I wouldn't. It depends on the age, I guess, right? Because if my 11-year-old wants to go to the parade,
then take him.
I'm taking him no matter what.
But if
now he's got to sit in detention because he went to the parade.
I don't think there's any detention. It's just
what's the punishment?
You just got to give him a note to excuse said absence at some point.
But no, they said no excuse. Oh, so I got to make it up. I got to lie now.
Right.
You got to go down the well.
I got to teach my kid lying to get out of something.
Just be honest. Be like, I'll just accept.
I took them to the parade. I'll accept the consequences.
I'll accept an unexcused absence. That doesn't mean you're getting detention.
You normally
then
get
what's
like
the
5
consequence?
of them.
I think it's just like that they say this is
Goes
an
on a list?
an unexcused absence. Maybe a certain number of unexcused absences.
That's how it at least worked where I went. You got like 5, and then you would get the hammer.
It builds up like like red cards. You get a few number of red cards, all of a sudden you got to sit out a couple matches.
Right.
Yeah, or technicals in the NBA. Like once you get your 10th, you have to sit out a game.
5 yellow cards in the World Cup, and you got to sit.
I don't think by them doing this, by the way, it's stopping anybody that was going to go no matter what.
Oh, I agree with that.
Right.
But right now you're forcing teachers that maybe would want to go to not.
Disappointing for teachers.
Mom and dad get to be the hero, though, if they do want to take the kids and go like, hey, guess what? You don't got to go to school today.
We're going to the
We're
parade.
going to the parade.
Will the parade, if we ever get to one of these, will the parade be fun? Will it be like St. Patrick's Day? Will it be like...
I've been to one championship parade in my life, and it was the least fun I've ever had in my life.
The Cavs?
The Cavs parade was like one of the worst experiences ever. It was terrible.
Too many
Now,
people,
maybe
or-
that was... Oh, there were so many people.
Yeah.
There were so many people. This is a story my brother loves to tell. I kind of almost had a panic, like a... Maybe not. I don't know what a panic attack actually feels like.
But you didn't know where to go, where to turn.
That, and also I had recently watched a documentary on Liverpool and Hillsborough.
Oh, right.
And then I went to this parade, and it was so tight in the park area where they were on their way to that, like, you were so bumper to bumper with people, and there were like. I didn't see this, but people were talking about how there were people like behind us that were passing out because it was so tight and hot. And finally, I was like, I got to get out of here. Phones aren't working because there's so many people and the towers are overwhelmed. But I just had to get out of there, and like I was by myself in Cleveland for like 2 hours.
Yeah,
Won't it
terrible?
be
It was
awesome
terrible
when it's a bunch of Bills people that like? I think the people like you
Again,
were
their
at
parade-
Cavs like.
Yeah, and their parade might have been poorly planned because the bus with LeBron and shirtless J.R. Smith on it never made it to the park. Where they were doing the whole thing. They never made it there.
That's criminal.
Because it got jammed. So it might have just been, like they did it worse than most cities do.
Did a bad job.
Like, yeah, here... Here, I don't think there'd be as...
Are they going to Niagara
there'd be as
Square?
many
Is that what
people.
they go
where
to?
do they
Just
do- what do
go
they
to the
do?
steps of City Hall?
See, I don't know, because teams like to finish it with a parade or like a ceremony in the stadium. And you can't do it in Niagara Square if you're doing that. You can't do it downtown if you're doing that, but they're not going to have a parade in Orchard Park.
What if they did that instead? What if they did a giant tailgate /
at the
party?
at the stadium?
Because, okay, so here's another parade story. When Syracuse won the national championship, there was not a parade, but there was a celebration in the Dome, and I went to that. That was go get tickets, go sit inside. They introduce the team. You just cheer. You get signs. That was it.
Yeah.
So that's what I mean. Would they have a parade downtown and then, all right, we're done. Everybody head over to the stadium.
That sounds terrible. They have to have a parade.
Yeah,
they have to.
Maybe they do it in the arena. Have your victory ceremony after the parade in the arena.
Right.
I don't know.
Would you get more people in the arena or Niagara Square? Probably Niagara Square.
Consider
actually.
also that if there were a parade, it would be today.
Or Harbor Center.
And how's today look for a
Not Harbor Center.
for a
Tails.
parade?
Right.
Like, bundle up, let's get out there.
Yeah.
Then again, like Philly had it in the rain too. Like, it happens.
The city would embrace it. Be no
Sure,
problem.
yeah. I feel like I'd want to go to a bar on the parade route, and that would be my plan.
Yeah.
To try to avoid exactly what you're talking about. Bumper to bumper, shoulder to shoulder.
It was so uncomfortable.
In a park.
It's the most uncomfortable I've ever been. It was terrible.
Right. Extendo Sports coming up in the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show here on WGR. Mike Ginnitti of Spot Track joining us on the Western Hotline. The biggest restructure candidates for the Bills is Dawson Knox. I feel like he's the one where everything is available, whether it's cut or trade or restructure or pay cut. Let's talk about the pay cut idea, Mike, because that's something the Bills have also employed in the last couple of years. Matt Milano got this, and Knox could be someone that's maybe in the same boat.
Yeah, that makes sense. He's got some void years, so there's some cap kind of sitting there they want to work with. If you outright release him, you're going to have to take that on and then have to re-sign him or do something differently. So they have utilized the pay cut situation kind of nicely, converted some stuff to incentives and kind of hope for the best in that regard. I imagine those conversations are happening right now behind the scenes with a couple of players, but he's definitely the one. You're right. It could go any way in any direction, but something's got to give with a contract that's just too expensive right now for a player of his worth.
I'm thinking about the deadline. I'm thinking
a lot about the deadline and teams that might be selling. I mean, there are big ideas. They are a buyer for the first time. Well, they're a real buyer for the first time in over a decade. There was the 1 year that Bottrell decided they were going to be like a fake buyer when they traded for like Wayne Simmons at the deadline when they were 9 points out of a playoff spot. I think that maybe is the meaningful games in March quote that gets referenced. They traded for guys because they wanted to have meaningful games in March, even though they were like 10 points out of a playoff spot. So other than that, they haven't been I don't think, a legitimate buyer since they last made it, right? What's their last like real buying deadline move?
Brad Boyes.
Other than, again, that like they trade for Wayne Simmons, but it was fake.
Rafi Torres, Brad Boyes. Like that timeline?
Those guys, right? The Dominic Moore era. Maybe he came after them.
Rafi Torres to me feels like the biggest one.
Well, he was the last one they made when they made the playoffs. So I'm assuming that is either the one or like one.
Yeah,
before.
that's 2010.
Right.
They traded for a guy that had scored 19 goals in 60 games. He had scored more goals. I think Torres scored more goals than anybody that was moved at the deadline that year. And then he came to Buffalo and scored 0 goals.
Never scored. Never scored for the team.
And then went to Vancouver and scored 14 the next. Like, it's just, looking at its page, it's funny. It's 19 over with two different teams. 19, Columbus, 19. Oh, that would have been the same year. 14, 15, and then just a cup of coffee with the Sabres, 0. No goals. The only team he didn't score with. Anyway.
And those are not massive deadline moves where like you're the story of the day, and there are players they could trade for at the deadline where that would be the case. Like if they got one of the Blues guys, the Blues are 15 points out of the playoffs right now, like they're going to sell, maybe they're going to blow it up. And if you're the team that goes out and trades for Jordan Kyrou at the deadline, then guess who the deadline's about? So, did you see what the Sabres did?
Yeah.
They went out and traded for a 30-goal scorer, a perennial 30-goal scorer that's 27 years old. And he's going to be this year and beyond.
About 47 minutes away from the men's hockey tournament getting started. The thing about biathlon that's so great, doesn't it give James Bond feel like vibes?
Because they're skiing with a rifle on their back?
That's it. You ski, drop down, shoot a rifle, get up, ski some more.
Yeah.
It's a Bond event.
A little bit.
What event is next most
They're just not
James
dressed like
Bondy? No, that's right. They're not.
The next...
What's he doing? Skiing in a tuxedo?
there
I mean, what's he supposed to be dressed as if he's skiing? Some sort of tearaway suit?
In black leather or something? No, not black leather.
All right, the top 3 sports in their Bondiness. Number 1, biathlon. Number 2?
Ski jump?
Yes.
Yeah.
I like that.
That was probably good.
He's getting out of some sort of castle or some sort of compound, and he ski jumps down. Yeah. All right.
Explosion behind him.
Yes.
I could see him luging down somewhere, too, like using a trash can lid down,
I agree with
down
that.
a chute of ice.
You know what?
Yeah.
I like that better.
I agree.
What about is there anything in the summer games that would be better?
The summer Bond events.
Is there like a skydiving event? There isn't, right?
Skydiving event
at the summer games.
That would be sweet.
Like skydive something, like you do tricks in the air.
Think of the summer games like
no, probably nothing.
I mean, like judo,
BMX or something.
Boxing, judo,
fighting sports,
fencing.
Yeah, I guess we don't really have the fighting sports in the
Olympics.
In the Winter Olympics.
No, that's right.
Hockey fighting could be a Olympic sport.
Yeah.
You can't do it though.
Yeah, it doesn't happen.
No, but I mean in a separate event.
Oh, just separated to
Right.
ice fighting?
It's just hockey fighting.
Just Ryan Reeves and Tom Wilson.
Yeah. Isn't there a hockey fighting league out there somewhere?
Nick Delorier. Yeah.
Where it's
I think
just
there
the
is.
hockey fights?
Yeah, I think
It's just the fights.
I think that's a thing.
Yeah, otherwise they don't have it.
23rd. I'm looking for games like sports that are on the cutting room floor, but like might make it into the next one. Upcoming games.
What was the new one they had the
Skimo
break dancing?
This year's
that's
right.
That was bad.
This year, ski mountaineering, dual moguls, mixed gender skeleton, and women's large hill ski jumping are the new ones this year. I don't know what's new for like 2030. 2030 will be in France.
Okay.
And 2034 back in the U.S. at Salt Lake City. But I don't know what events are just on the outside that didn't make it in this time. I'll spend the day looking at that. Or just watching hockey. All right, we're back tomorrow. What's going on tomorrow? Tomorrow we'll talk with Joe Marino, Lock On Bills podcast. We've got our Shots of Audio brought to you by Outlet Liquor. That's fun. And we'll have some hockey to talk about with Rasmus Dahlin and Team Sweden. They have their first game this afternoon around 3 o'clock. Talk to you tomorrow here on WGR.